What's up, guys? It's your boy Jim here, coming at you with an update on my Affinity list. This is for the kickoff tournament that you're about to watch, but this is my improvements on the list. The deck's been pretty good. I've had like a pretty good record with it so far. I've won more matches than I lost, so that's good. I think the changes are I think I've added a land here. I think just having a bunch of extra planes is really strong because you really need like these white sources to cast these like honor guards and hushwing gryphs early on, so you get your dreadnoughts in play pretty quickly. White's like pretty important, especially in the sideboard now. I've just made a couple little changes. I've added a welding jar over the third Memnite. I think just I kind of forgot that welding jar kind of existed. Honestly, I was really worried about things like creeping corrosion and like vandal blast and things like that. I was like, wait, welding jar is just as good as something like fight as one or any sort of like destruction spell. So I think they're actually a bit better. I did like Apostle's Blessing. It won me a couple of games of making like things unblockable, but Welded Jar I think will be overall better. Gingerbread over Signal Pest. I think Gingerbread's just slightly better. This deck doesn't swarm as hard as other decks would do. So like Signal Pest is better when you're kind of going wide. The deck does go wide sometimes, but for the most part, you're kind of killing people with the 12-12 more than often. But sometimes the Gingerbread with the Cranial Plating can just kind of get there. So I like Gingerbread in the slot. Also, it has just like other random abilities. Like gaining life could be like relevant in some aspects. I moved the Champions main deck just because I wanted just extra threats. I didn't really know what else to play. One card that's really good against me is something like Shenanigans. So this card's just like a hedge against like shenanigans. And it just frees up some sideboard space. You really just need an abundance of creatures. Like when you have all this like artifact stuff, like platings and ravagers, you need like artifact payoff. And other than like dispatch, this is another just random payoff. I can only really fit two. I don't think I could really fit any more. Like otherwise, I'd like cut this extra jar, but I really want jar in a lot of different matchups. So like one main deck is fine. The sideboard's a lot different. I got the full Fort Deafening Silence. Really, it's just really for like combo decks, and most decks require you to play two spells at once. Like Ad Nauseam, you need Angel's Grace and Ad Nauseam, so they need to cast with those ones. So just having a bunch of these is just like really good. You also play against like Swans, the Plasma Swans list. They can't really do everything in one turn. They could break it up, honestly, but it makes everything just a lot more annoying. Seal of Cleansing, I expect a lot of Affinity because I think it's already won like 3 tournaments, won I 4 actually. So um I'm expecting a lot of it. I would play the full 4, but I need to hedge some bets against some other decks, which you kind of see right here: Day of Judgment and Spatial Contortion. I've realized that like swarming decks are like really hard to beat. So Day of Judgment is kind of like a good reset. I have a bunch of like creature lands, so I think that Day of Judgment can be fine, I guess. And I have my own welding jars too, which I would bring in some of those matchups too, especially like elves, which could have like creeping corrosion or whatnot. So like just having like I could regenerate my own guy, then play Day of Judgment, and just have everything going. Spatial Contortion is kind of like a catch-all. I do have like I probably have like 10 colorless sources, so I think that's enough to cast like one or two of these. So they kind of like I would have played the fourth Seal of Cleansing, but I can bring this in also against Affinity, which is fine. It also kills like Edge Champions, which I don't know if they keep that in that matchup anyway, but it doesn't kill like a it doesn't really kill a master really well, but the big thing is it hits the creature lands too, which is really important in that matchup. Shalai Voice of Plenty is kind of like a hedge of like anti-storm or anti-combo, anti like shenanigans kind of card. Like when you have this in play, all your creatures hexproof, so it doesn't protect your artifacts, but it gives you hexproof too, which is really important in Ad Nauseam or like the Swans matchup or whatever, where they're trying to like lightning storm you, or even like burn. I can see myself playing as something like a burn deck. This would be really funny, but I think it's just like the most overall card. Penny Dreadful is so vast that you kind of need these like overall catch-all decent cards. You need some cards, especially your sideboard, to cover a lot of different matchups. So I think this does a pretty decent job. I'm really excited to try it. And of course, extra welding jars, just for like those are like the things against like the day judgments, the creeping corrosions. Doesn't stop Shatterstorm, but Shatterstorm's not super popular, so I'm just kind of like betting that um it'll be okay. And honestly, when I think about it, if I keep like the 8 Taliana Guard and Hushwing Gryphs, they're pretty strong against Shatterstorms. They're not an artifact, so these guys live on, and the lands will live on too. So I mean, I don't think it's the end of the world. But yeah, I don't think I'll change much of this list tomorrow. It's the day before the tournament, so I decided on this. I did have another list with like red and white, to kind of hedge against like smaller creature decks, but I don't think I'll play that. So I think I'm pretty much set on this list, so it should be fun. So here comes the kickoff tournament. Big beginning of the season tournament sponsored by Card Hoarder. They're pretty great for us. So just go support Card Hoarder. This is not a sponsored. I'm not sponsored by them at all. I'm just saying they help us out. So I like to give them a big shout out. So yeah, just check out every round as usual. Just click through the chapters if you want. And let's go play some Petty Dreadful. Run. Yeah, I'm playing, so it's a little bit of both. Because we sit here and yell at me and then yell at other people that can't hear me. Welcome! Welcome to the stream. Sorry in advance on my crappy internet, but it is what it is. It is what it is today. I can't really change that. I'll keep this hand. Say the wrong land already. Doesn't matter. Actually. Ponder. Alright, the real question is do I play this or to play this? I'm not really sure. I should play the Honor Guard. I think it like messes up more decks than just a Ravager. If it's in fact, we're in a bit of trouble. If it's Blink, then I've just won the game. Pause. Long pause. I like this. I like the long pause. Okay. Oh, they're blue-red. Maybe they're like, Delver. Is it Delver? Something like that. It's not a terrible matchup, I don't think. Oh, Spirit Guide. Oh, maybe they're playing Swans. This is a very aggressive kill here. I haven't played this matchup yet. So I'm actually excited to play it. Not with all these lands, though. Oh my god, I feel like I'm just lagging like crazy. This is so choppy. This is so weird. Um, this is okay, I guess. They might just slam a Swans, though. It could be really annoying. Alright. But if I draw a Dispatch, this is great. It's like I'm in the perfect position here. I just have to draw a Dispatch. I didn't. Well, I'm just gonna attack into it. Might just die here. We'll see. They can just Chain of Plasma. There are Swans here. They copy it a bunch of times, draw their deck, and then just Lightning Storm me, I guess. So we'll just let it happen. Don't have any responses to this, unfortunately. I'm just looking up something. I just use the search key. Just offline. I don't know. There's some things I can do. This isn't like a dead matchup. All you do is kill a Swans, right? Right? That's all you really have to do. Definitely Silence is okay, because it can't just, like, do everything at once. Lightning Storm is an instant, so there's, you'll see. There's a couple of fun things I'm gonna do. Alright, they feel like they have enough land, so they're probably gonna Lightning Storm me. Actually, wait a minute. What if they just don't have enough cards here for the Lightning Storm? Okay. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 18. Alright, it's 21. It's 24. Okay. Cold tap was a different time. Okay. I have a land. Oh, they had a land. The whole control. Whoops. Whoops. Alright, it's maybe one of those matches where I actually cut Hushwing Griff. Let's see. Silence could be okay. I'm gonna bring in Shalai for sure. Definitely gonna bring in the Shalai, Voice of Plenty. Spatial Contortion could be okay too. These might be just too slow, but they're gonna like bring in a removal. I might just cut like the Griffs. I might just like take out this, put in this. They are like they're not like artifacts, so if they bring something like Shatterstorm in, like these cards are actually pretty good. I have to cut some 3-drop. So I think it's this. I think Shlai's gonna be pretty great. I think actually Shlai's gonna be pretty great. They'll never see it coming. Alright, let's do it. Yeah, let's do this. I can bring in the jars too. Maybe like extra jar over like a Memnite. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I kind of need like all the 1-drops. I think I need I need the 0-drops to make drum like really good. All right, let's try this. She need to get the 4 mana. Ooh. Uh, it's one of those hands. If it was in real life, I would look at the top card before much shuffling. All right, this hand's like reasonable, please. Did I take the draw? What happened? Wait, what happened there? Why are they on... Did I take the draw? No, wait, hold on. They chose to play first. What the heck's our record? They conceded? Wait, what? Look at this. This is the log. Okay, so I discarded a land, they discarded a land, and then they conceded? What? Why they could what? I'm so confused. They might have messed up Lightning Storm, sure. Wait, what? I'm so confused. I've got to play the Bastion first. Alright, let's just play all the honor guards. They messed up Lightning Storm, you think? Okay. Inside information. Guys, to win tournaments, you need luck. And this is exactly what this is right here. This is incredible luck. Because I was definitely losing that game. Alright, you got it. I have the dispatch for the first Swans, though, so that's pretty good. Actually, I need a second. This is actually kind of rough. Because I don't have enough artifacts. I need like a 0-drop or a 1-drop artifact. Because I could activate this, but then I use my red source, or my white source. Well, that's good. That's perfect. That actually helps out a lot. I was thinking about either that playing the Griff. I think this is fine. Hey, how's it going? Well, now I have 2 white sources, so I could activate this, attack, and dispatch something. Alright, there's a fumarole now. Um... So I wish I had played that Hushwing Griff instead. Really? So they messed up the Lightning Storm? Man, Magic must be hard, for sure. Sure. What does it mean they can't really, like, block all my guys here? Oh, there's a Dreadnought. Um, we'll play a Dreadnought. I wish I could have gone back. What if just held Dispatch, I think. I could just die here. Shenanigans, no. Shenanigans is not very good against creature lands, honestly. Ooh, Shalai. Oh, it's over. It's over. Nice shenanigans. Oh no. It's over. They're reading it. Oh, we got a reader. Oh, they have the counter. I will pay 3. I will absolutely pay 3. Nice shenanigans, too. Also protects all my creatures against shenanigans as well. Dual threat here. Absolutely dual threat here. Shalai, what a unit. Sure. How's it going? I have a Shalai in play. That's how it's going. Need to like double up here to kill this, but then it's like they're just losing all this time. They can't even chain a plasma guy. It's really funny. I have no idea what happened at game one. I was definitely dead, but that must have just messed up. It's a little unfortunate. Unfortunate, but as they say in the business, we take those. We take those. Sure, I can keep. This hand seems fine. It's like I have 2 mana. This drum's insane. Okay. Gotta wake up a little bit. This is weird. I think I might just play the Ravager and just start going with the Art Affinity plan. I think are they playing Burn still? This might be a rough one. I want to play the Honor Guard, maybe. And then if I draw a 12/12, it's pretty great. Although, I guess the Ravager is really good against Burn as well. But they're just going to target the yeah, it's probably fine. This is really bad, though, if I lose both my creatures here. So, okay. I really need to draw, like, a natural land. Okay. This is fine. Having a 1/3 is nice. I mean, they have a lot of cards that kill 1/3s, but still. Okay, I need this guy in play. This deck actually plays like Shard Volleys and Rift Bolts, so this could be a little rough. With Chain Lightning as well. Really, if I just slam set champion, this guy is just never getting in again, so I really need to draw another land. Okay, perfect. Okay. I like my board here. I do have a cranial plating in play, so I can start attacking with the Ornithopter while the Edge Champion just kind of hangs out and blocks all day. Okay. Another land be kind of boss too. Could start attacking. Thank you, deck. Appreciate it. All right. It's a pretty fast clock, so I'm gonna start and just gumming up the board a bit more, or just even like activating the factory. That's probably just better too. If I activate this, it's like 6. They go to 9, and that might be just dead. If I draw more artifacts too. Right. It's actually pretty good. It does block the edge champion, so it's a nice one here. Luckily, I have an Ornithopter just kind of flying my way through. Okay, I guess I can't really play the Hushwing Grip because there's a Lava Dart in the graveyard. I don't want to play this too into the Burst Lightning. I don't think. Oh, they have a Shard Volley. That's pretty good. I mean, it's working out so far. This thing actually does like stop this, so things kind of counter. All right, they have Gal Blast. Oh my god, that's actually good here. They're going to my face, though. Okay, that's scary. That's honestly scary. We can add one more. If I draw another artifact, I can just like kind of maybe end the game with that. I might be dead. Oh, they didn't do it again. They forgot to ping again, or maybe they just did it twice. I don't remember what life total was at. I was at 16, so they missed one. They missed one. There's a Lava Dart in the graveyard, so that represents like 3 damage. Whose side are you on? Hold on. What the heck? Whose side are you on? I mean, any artifact, and I have exactly lethal. Plus, I have like another Shard Volley. Something like that. One of the better cards would probably be another Drum. Because then I could actually like move the plating around with double black. Oh man, Firehouse just coming out. Daggers! Okay. They missed a burn. They missed a point of damage, and that could be the key here. Alright, they're gonna exile Rift Bolt. Okay. She did draw an artifact. That was not an artifact. I guess I could just attack with everyone here. No, that doesn't work. Doesn't work at all. Block, block, block. This thing doesn't do anything. No one's registered Shatterstorm, and it's great. That's the reason I can get away with decks like this, because no one has played Shatterstorm. I'm just thinking. So I can't kill them this turn. The Ice Side Golem's actually really good. It's actually preventing me from winning. Um I guess I'm just attacking with the Ornithopter, and then that's it. I could be dead next turn. I'm actually probably legitimately dead here. so dead. I'm actually incredibly dead here. Because that's another 3. This is 5 damage, technically. I didn't hit, like, any red spell, actually. Actually, it's instant sorcery. Never mind. I thought this was... They'd be so unlucky if they had all creatures in their hand. Okay, they have Trap Blast. Good enough. I was just one artifact short of winning the game here. But I guess they had, like, insurance. They had the Trap Blast, so worst case scenario, they just kind of, like, don't get hit by it. Okay. Alright, alright. Well, this is another matchup for Shalai. Just more matchup for Shalai. It's pretty great. I actually like Welding Jar as well. Shalai is much better than a Johnny in certain aspects. Um, yeah, it's gonna bring in some Welding Jars just for like smashes or whatever, or random burn spells. The Gingerbreads aren't super great. They do gain life, but it's not really where I want to be. I could bring in Spatial Contortions too. I don't think that's like super necessary though. I could maybe cut Gryphs for like Spatial Contortion. That wouldn't be that bad. Actually, I might do that. I'm gonna try that. Just some extra removal against some of the random creatures. Alright, let's try this. I mean, Shalai won me game 1 or round 1. I played a Shalai against the Swans deck. I didn't know they couldn't really do anything. Alright, this seems a reasonable hand. Seems very reasonable and keep this. Draw 12-12. Mari off to the races here. Okay. Oh, this is Shalai, so another land's pretty nice. I actually could have played the Ravager, then I could have had like a dispatch up for the random creature that's about to happen. Okay. Double Shalai. Alright, dispatch this guy. Any land will do. Sure. A little bit of a non-bow there. Archon Ravager and Takali on a guard, but just what it is. Okay. That actually, like, hits a land, basically. Okay. A lot of interaction, but not much dudes. This is the hard part about Shalai. It does cost 4 mana. Okay, third artifact for dispatch, so at least I have Metalcraft again. Okay. Oh, the redraws are so sick. They're actually unironically great. Alright. Um, One more land, I can drop my Shalai down. Technically, that's a land, but it does get rift bolted. Um, Kind of afraid of getting this thing like shard volleyed. Honestly, I'm gonna hold. I'm just gonna hold my guy. I'm just gonna hold. I'm gonna hold for a second. I can just draw another land. The Shalai kind of deals with a lot, and I have a backup Shalai too, which is pretty great. See, there's like a Shrap Blast already. It's fine. Eventually, they'll just run out of stuff, right? 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 Okay, that gets dispatched. All right, sweet. Here comes Shalai. All right, here's the goal of the day. Can I activate Shalai's ability? The goal of the day is can I activate this 6 mana ability here? Imagine if I had like Mark of Asylum too, then I just like am protected. So then they did like kill the Shalai before they can kill me, which I definitely double barbering it. That'd be awesome. And then I just have another Shalai. But yeah, now all the focus is on this card, which is pretty great. Okay. They have the barbering. They could definitely barbering it. Sure. I have more backups. Hmm. Does the price have a... This is great. Shy was a great find for me. I have the high ground. Now... Okay, they have a Rift Bolt. That's nice. Rift Bolt plus Barbering does take this out, but they're going to run out of all their lands. In the meantime, I'm going to draw nothing, I guess. I mean, I'm crunching in for like a lot, so... I'm 1-0. The record is on the top of the screen. So they can only really target the Shalai or themselves. Of course, if they Barbering it, they just kind of die to the board. And this is just lethal here. They needed like another Shard Volley. Or I guess Chain Lightning would be... Claim the Firstborn. Okay. That still doesn't kill me. Maybe I won't activate my guy. Alright. I'm sure I surprised my opponent there, so... Let's just keep it going. I'm gonna keep this hand. Bit of a risky one-lander, especially if I got my guy killed, but just gotta run with it. We'll have to draw a land. That'd be pretty great. That's why, because I just kind of lose a land there. Okay. Oh man, it's over. That was the risk, but I was on the draw, so I was like, I could draw a land. My hand was like really good, I think. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. Oh, saved. I'm not gonna block. No block. Okay, I can't block anyway. Oh man, the next creature that comes in play, it's gonna get huge. It's getting huge. It's getting gigantic. Alright, they drew 4 lands. None of them are Barbarings. That's a good sign for me. Alright, perfect. God, if I draw a next champion, the game is actually legitimately over. I should have done this on their... If they had a removal spell for an artifact, that was really bad. I just want to show them. I just want to show them what's up when I draw my Etched Champion. Like, this is what's up. This is what's up, man. Shalai would be pretty great, too. Okay. Any day now, any creature will do. Any creature that'll live will do. If my opponent just plays Shatterstorm, it's over. It's just over. It's over. Okay, there's a Ravager. Ravager's actually pretty nasty on this board. Unless they have, like, Smash Smithereens. I'm gonna eat some stuff. Don't think I won't eat some stuff. I have... They have so many lava darts. They have so many lava darts. Sure. Celebration. Tonight. Gal Blast. Um... How many cards do I make them waste here? So it doesn't have, like, Metalcraft. I could actually eat a plating. I don't think it's that bad to eat 1 plating here. I think it's like 2 platings. There's the thing is they have like double lava dart in their graveyard, so I would have to prevent 4 damage. And they also have just a nice high golem blocking, so I'm just trying to think about it. Yeah, I might not draw anything else for the rest of the game. I think I have to direct protect this. The planes get a little worse over time, but it's like I have so much land. So, like, this first part's kind of free. Okay, they have another Galblast. Um, this is fine. We'll just let it happen. I'm gonna draw my Edge Champion. So big. Oh, I'm gonna draw Edge Champion. Edge Champion's not good because not the Eyesight Golem. I need to keep Metalcraft, Sue, so if I draw like another dispatch, so I do need to keep Metalcraft. Okay. Shalai, save me! Shalai wouldn't save me. They have, oh my god, they drew another creature. That's a good Dreadnought. If I draw an E creature, it probably gets Dreadnought. I probably just turn it into a Dreadnought. But not really, because they have like a bunch of lava darts. I'm not long for this world here. I'm an effective 3, so I'm pretty much dead to any spell that they have. Oh, they have the magic. Okay, yep, there it is. Okay, let's just let them do it. Oh, unfortunate. Just drew a lot of lands. Started with 1 land, ended with like 6. They had it all. Oh my god, they had so much burn. That's kind of a rough one. I think it's actually a rough matchup. Well, there's a Shalai. Oh well. Long tournament, so there's plenty of magic to go. All right, round 3, here we go. Kind of a slowish hand, I will keep. I think my opponent's still playing Blink, so if I just draw like a 1-3 or a 2-1, it'd be pretty decent. Or Told card. Oh, it could be anything. It actually literally could be anything. I actually don't know what it could be. Alright, it's gonna be a beefy Etch Champion turn. Alright. Oh, it's Behold the Multiverse. Okay, no surprise there. I actually wasn't worried with Raven form. I was more worried about that than anything. Alright. So, good opportunity to resolve my Etch Champion. Hope they're not playing Wraths. That would be really bad. Even if they had a Wrath, it's not that bad, because, I do have the Mishra's Factory. Oh my god, I'm, like, lagging. Oh, I'm actually, like, really lagging. That's crazy. Alright, I have a double plating turn. This is pretty big. Alright, that's totally fine, I guess. Um... Alright, play Ravager. Drum it up. The creature lands are like the best thing against these blink decks, other than the actual like blink anti-blink cards. But maybe they're playing more control. Who knows? Maybe they just see blue-eye control in general. We'll see. Time will tell. Baffling end. Um. Sure. Now, okay, so they do have some removal. That's pretty good. But nothing stops the Mishra's Factory here. Actually, the perfect card to draw here. Because I get the double equip. Or not. I don't think I get the... I don't get the double equip. What am I saying? But I just get another thing. It just increases my artifact count. Alright. So, I have two good attackers here. One flies, one doesn't. So, they need something to affect the board here. Or, I don't know, something to block with, or something to block a flyer. Either or. Let's see if they've got it. Or something to kill an artifact. That'd be nice, too. Okay. Huh. I'm just gonna double equip and then see what happens. They need to have like an instant speed removal spell. I'd be more afraid if they had 4 mana up for like Venser. Or they could have like main deck disenchant. That would be not terrible. Okay. I think it's actually a pretty decent matchup because now they're playing Wrath, so I'm gonna play a couple extra welding jars. I'm not gonna bring in very much, honestly. I think that's all I'm gonna bring in. Really, it's just about protecting these guys. Although I don't have like Apostle's Blessing, but now they're playing Wrath, so I can't really stop that as much. I'm not playing the Fighters ones anymore. It's like Jar's better overall. Hmm. Tempting. This is a very tempting hand. This is a very tempting hand. I draw a land. I'm on the draw. Man, how many times have I been like baited by these like really tempting hands? I'm gonna mulligan. I'm gonna be conservative here and mulligan. Alright, I'm gonna 5. Alright, I got punished. This hand's fine. I can keep. I had to give up something. Alright, we're all in on this. This quickly wins games. If I draw a 12-12. Okay. Isn't it great when you scry something away and you just get it back? Or you move something away and you just get it right back? Alright, so Kaliana Guard, save us. Your only hope. Oh my good. Oh my goodness. I'm like lagging so bad. Or MTGO's lagging like really bad. They could be playing just more of a control deck. Even more controlling than before. I don't see any cloud posts yet, so... I don't want to commit any more creatures to the board here. But I am going to play the plating. Or attempt to play the plating. I clicked it. They have a lapse. It's gonna be really brutal. It's gonna be a really brutal memory lapse. Okay, that's fine too. I like Behold the Multiverse. It does kind of smooth out some of their draws. Alright, here comes the Wrath. Totally accepted. Or expected, rather. I need another land. Another land will be boss here. Okay, that was not boss. It's probably a Mole Drifter. Just a hard Mole Drifter here. Be totally fine if I drew a land. Okay. But I had to leave unexpectedly. What was that? Electromage? Of course it was. Hmm. They venture my land. I'm just gonna be really sad. Alright, Dead Navigator. Also pretty good. I'm just gonna concede. There's like no point in playing this. I think I could keep playing. I don't know. This is a lot. This is kind of a lot. I don't think I've ever. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna keep going. Let's just move on. Let's just move on. I'm gonna keep this as is. Hmm. This is kind of like a mull to 5, honestly. So I'm just gonna mulligan. This is acceptable. I will keep this hand. I guess I'm gonna get rid of the Ornithopter. Alright, this is all I got. This is like all I got here. You're actually late. Your opponent's actually gonna claim their match. Sorry, Trevor. You're late by 2 minutes. Unless your opponent actually wants to play. But I think you're actually late. But they pinged you on Discord a couple times, so That one's on you. If you want to keep playing in the tournament, though, you're more than welcome. But you are late. Alright, I took an Edge Champion, actually. Unless I have a Wrath, and then it's just really annoying. Trevor, do you still want to keep playing? Because I could just not drop you. But you did take the loss there. Alright, let's see what they hit here. Alright, they're gonna hit the Ginger Brute. This is interesting. Alright. I might just keep this for like a post-Wrath sort of thing. I don't know. I'm trying to think about like what happens when I get Wrathed here. I think we're just gonna eat. I'm gonna eat, actually. Because if I draw like a plating, this is gonna be amazing. Okay, I drew a land. I need to keep these two Dark Steel Citadels, even if they Wrath here. So I think I'm just choosing life with the Etch Champion. Plating would be the best draw, of course. Okay, drew a drum. Alright, go Etch Champion. Your only hope. Double day. It's kind of gross. Okay. Couldn't stop the second day, unfortunately. Okay. Gets back Day of Judgment or Ponder. They probably get back Ponder, honestly. We're kind of low on lands, but Day of Judgment is a good, like, hedge. Okay. They're low on cards, rather. I have a lot of good draws, though. My opponent is at 10. They're still kind of on the back foot, so... I don't feel like... this is the end of the world yet. It's getting close. Another Etch Champion would be pretty great. Or just more lands. Oh, man. This is one, like, this is the pendulum of luck. Sometimes you get really lucky, but sometimes you just get really unlucky. But this is, like, how the pendulum swings sometimes. I really need, like, a stifle creature. This is, like, where it needs to happen, like, right now. That's not it. Alright. I'm not gonna concede yet, but it's looking really bad. They can keep just getting all their stuff back. They keep just giving ponders. For 2 mana. It's pretty good. I actually want to force them to get a Day of Judgment to break this up. Well, they're playing Chancery, thank goodness. Alright. Pretty aggressive Reflector Mage, but it is what it is. What if I should have played my own Day of Judgment match? I don't think this matchup's that bad that I need to play Day of Judgment. Oh my god. It's not on my side today. Yeah, I mean, I need to draw the cards. Game 2, I'm multi 4. Game 3, I'm just kind of flooding out. It just kind of happens. This is the Affinity curse. You just kind of like draw the wrong half of your deck. I mean, their deck is improved, to be fair. Um, they're playing Day Judgment, they're playing Baffling it as well. So at least they've been like, um, at least they've what's the word, adapted to what I've been doing. So that's good. I need to like readapt. Well, I mean, I've been playing Welding Jars now, so I think that's like that's my response to it. Interestingly, they didn't actually. Well, they couldn't. It's already soulbound, but they could like. So they could like blink the Deadeye. This is the gross part about this. They could blink the Deadeye even I play this creature, and then blink the Electromage, and then I just die. Watch. That's the correct play, by the way. They have enough mana to do it. Like no creature should matter. No, I think 19 is correct. I have to. I think 19 actually is really correct, but especially for what I'm trying to do. Like I need a ton of white sources, and I need like I'm playing 4 drops in my sideboard. So, oh, the Adventure, that's good too. That's just good too. That's less complicated, and it actually killed me. No, I mean this is like the price I pay for, but I need like consistent mana most of the time. So that's just is what it is. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna mulligan. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna keep this one. I don't want to go to 5. Um, it's like me going to 5. So if I draw like the 1/3, it's gonna be amazing, right? I think it gets amazing. All right, Strong Crook Noble, love it. Don't love that. Yeah, the less likelihood of me doing that. There's like a low likelihood of that. Kind of getting some damage. Oh my god. So I guess there's some sort of like Rakdos aggro deck. That's fine if I can just resolve a Dreadnought. Okay, I guess I'm just hanging out with my Frostwalk Bastion. It's not a human, right? It's just like a construct. Okay. It's not a random. I don't know what is constructed here. Does the. It's really funny when there's just like lands become creatures. Like, I don't know. It's. You wonder what a land creature kind of looks like. Ooh. Very pirate heavy. Or this is a knight. I don't know. I thought this was a pirate. No. Ah. Ah, yes. That's what happens, though. Sometimes it is. Like, I've gotten really lucky a lot of the times, but this time it's not as good. I can't even, like, activate the factory, because if I activate this as a land, I can't use the tap ability. Ooh, we drew a card. Nice. Okay. It's a lot of small creatures on the battlefield. Hmm. Bulb saved me. There's still a lot of time for this. There's actually still a ton of time to get this done. Oh yeah, it's first strike and regular strike. Damn you, math. Okay, that's not it. That's still not it. A lot of menace dudes. There's a lot of like small menace creatures. If I draw a Hushwing Griff, this is not terrible. Okay, I drew an Honor Guard, but it might be a little too late. There's just too many menace guys. Hellrider? Okay, chill out. Chill out. Chill out, dude. Alright, I like removal spells. I kind of want to play Day of Judgment. This might be a good Day of Judgment matchup. And maybe some jars. I think this is the cut here. Just kind of go full removal. Just full protect here. Alright, I can keep this hand. This is not bad. Either a removal spell, that's all I really care about. And I just dump my hand. They're trying to play for a later end game. Really on the back of like a next champion or large 12/12. Okay. Um, this is good if I draw the Kaliana guard. Shenanigans. That's not good. Sure, I guess. Wish I brought my Shalai. Of course. Of course I drew the thing. Oh, of course. Oh man, why did I bring in Shalai? I think I should just bring it against every red deck. I probably just bring it against every red deck. Well, I kind of eat their turn, but it's like I'm not gonna just give it up. So I'm gonna play the honor guard and just pass. I'm not gonna just like put it out there. Like it's just there's no point in just letting it die. Not without like a protection. Okay. Kind of wanted to draw a card, so I'm gonna kill this. I had to think about that for a second. The Ravager does make shenanigans, I don't know, mildly worse. I don't know. They're gonna target the Ravager first, so the saving grace is probably my Vicious Factory. It might be an all-in Miss Factory turn or kind of game. Okay. I'm doing it so badly. I did this really bad. I need another land. I shouldn't be attacking. I should be like putting everything on my factory, honestly. I don't know what I'm doing. This is like a weird bluff. I don't know what I'm bluffing here. Okay. All right, here it is. This is gonna suck if they This is gonna suck if they have like another removal spell. So I'm gonna put my stuff on the factory. If they have another like Sorcery Seed removal for this. Um, I should have done this on my turn maybe, but it kind of freezes their draw. What? I'm just gonna beat you down. Okay, perfect. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Creature lands. Let's go. This is what real affinity is all about. This is actual affinity. This is what modern does. Like they have just all removal spells. They try to go for this pseudo control deck. The factory with beatdown is too real. All right. All right, forget Dave Judgment. We're bringing him back. We're going Shalai. We're just going Shalai time. Shalai Town here. It's Shalai time. But I mean, they have removal spells for Shalai, so it's not the end of the world, but it's pretty decent. It's also just like Edge Champion time, too. Okay. Game 3. What will happen here? I'm gonna try it. I'll keep. Sure. I have a removal spell, some platings. Just gotta. My opponent just had all removal spells, so the Shalai might be okay. Duress. Well, that hits a removal spell, but they're going to see double Shelleye now. So they can play around it. They'll probably just take the Spatial Contortion. Shenanigans is like really dumb. It was either this or lead in Abunus, but I think this is a little bit better. Alright, cool. We get to draw cards. Nice. Good old Howling Mine. Ooh, a True Netch Champion. That's perfect. This is actually the perfect draw. Thanks, Stormfist. Alright, can't stop these moves. Alright, Shenanigans does stop that. Oh, Shelleye time. It's Shelleye time soon. Okay. Luckily, I can just like hold the plating to get around Shenanigans a bit. Just start dropping some Shelleyes. Super protection. I can't get the rest anymore either. I win this race all day. I drew a jar for my plating. That's amazing. It's actually the perfect draw. I can't get bolted here. I mean, I can't block this guy, but he's coming in. I'm coming in, 100%. Okay, feed the swarm, take 4. I win this race. I definitely just win this race here. Oh no. Here comes. Oh man, what a turn. Okay. They're kind of dead no matter what. They're dead to their own creature soon. I have a welding. They could draw the Shenanigans here, but it's not going to help them out. I could literally just pass turn and kill them. The Shalai didn't actually do that much except distract. They took 4 to kill the Shalai. That was the amazing part about that. So, all right. All right. Won a lot of die rolls. I'm gonna keep this one. It's not bad. Lands and spells, can't complain. Hopefully my client doesn't crash so I can actually watch Penny Dreadful this time. Paul is mulliganing right now. Oh, Affinity Mirror. Okay, they're playing Ghostfire Blades. This match can go either way, but I have a bunch of disenchants and removal. I know I played the second Ornithopter, but don't ask me why I didn't do that. Just keep them on their toes. Tendo Ice Bridge, I love it. I considered playing this in two-colored. I had a two-color Affinity list I almost played. I had Tendo's Ice Bridge. I think it's actually pretty decent in these lists. Okay. Hmm. Luckily, I have Dispatch in my deck, so it's pretty decent against Darksteel Citadel like this. Okay. I'm gonna take this first hit. I can always draw like a plating or something, I guess. Just put on an Ornithopter. I'm actually about block like this to tap down a land. I think it's actually kind of good. Okay, that's pretty decent. It actually starts blocking the, oh my god, so many Ghostfire Blades. They'll start blocking the Hushwing Gryphs. Okay, or not. It's pretty aggressive. Um, I don't mind sacrificing this land because I have so many lands in my hand. I have another land in my hand. Um, I'm surprised they just didn't do this. I'm not dead to that yet, so I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to take the 3. Okay, I drew a bunch of Honor Guards. I'm so surprised they didn't just play defensively here. Alright, so the land can't attack this turn. I can start throwing things. I have the high ground, though, so this is not bad. I'd be surprised if they attacked. I don't know. I don't know. This is a really scary kind of game with a Ravager in play. Okay. I need to avoid dying. These are kind of like redundant, so I can just block here. Let's see. 4, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I have my own Ravager. That's not bad, but I don't have a lot of artifacts. The most unblockable thing is the Ginger Brute, so I think it's just I have to go all on the Ginger Brute at some point. No, Ghost Rider Blade is really good. Um, I don't think I die this turn. I don't know. All right, that might kill me. This might kill me. We'll see. Um, okay, let's try to. I might die here. If they do it right. Okay. Um. Hmm. Okay, now I think I'm dead. They didn't kill me. No, they didn't. That was insane. They double Ravager. Oh, that's an easy kill. That's a really easy kill, by the way. You just sack, sack. You sack the 2 things that get blocked. 1, 2. No, maybe I'm not dead. I don't know. One, two, one, two, three. And this is like four. Maybe not. I guess it's not a kill. Four. I don't know. Someone can do the math later. I think we've all learned that we don't do math very well here. I'm just thinking. I wanna I wanna play as if they missed the math again. No, there's no way they miss it this time. There's like absolutely no way they miss it this time. So I don't know. I'm gonna give him some respect. I'm gonna give my opponent a little bit of respect here. I think this is the correct block. I think. I don't know. I'm still dead. I'm actually really dead this turn, if they do it right. Okay. This is sad, because I can still just die here. I guess I get worried about, like, a removal spell? Yeah, okay. I wish I could punish this, but I can't. Like, that doesn't even punish. That's I only have one other artifact. Oh, I was dead there, too. Oh. I guess they're just worried about the two untapped lands, I guess. I don't know. Um, so they're like blue. They might be blue-red. I don't really know. I'm gonna just gonna bring in a bunch of removal and then just call it a day. Cut the champions. Bunch of cleansings. Day of Judgment's kind of whatever. I don't really like Day of Judgment that much in this matchup. I don't know if they're playing red or not, but they're playing Tendo Icebridge, so Tendo you wouldn't play Tendo Icebridge in a non-red deck, so did they play shenanigans? That'd be crazy. Why have to bring in just Shalais? I don't know. It's kind of awkward. There's an awkward sideboarding thing I'm having here. I think I'm just like hedging my bets that are playing red, so I'm bringing the Shalai. The predicament is like shenanigans, which is pretty sick in the mirror. Sure, I can keep. This is actually a pretty decent hand. No, I mean I think like Ravager is actually pretty hard. It's pretty skill testing, I would say. It doesn't have like normal lines, I guess. You just kind of have to like I don't know. At some point you just have to commit, and like committing is really scary for people. That's why a lot of people are single. Okay, my opponent's mulliganing again. It feels like they're mulliganing. Why? They're just thinking about their hand. They're mulliganing. Okay. The torch is pretty great against Welding Jar too, which is pretty funny. Okay. They already have Metalcraft, so if they have like Galvanic Blast, this thing just dies. Okay, plating's pretty good. Hmm, I'll take this. I have so much removal in my hand. It just invalidate this plating. So they are playing blue-red after all. Okay. That's annoying. Not really, but no, this is fine. This is fine. Okay. Hmm. Sorry, I'm not talking much. My turns are very scripted. Like, it's pretty simple here. Ooh, that's a good Ghostfire Blade. Load them up. It's dead to the Spatial Contortion here. Okay. You swear in your crown. Dispatch. Just thinking for a second. Um, I kind of messed up there. To draw an Ethereum, it's just I want to keep the dispatch. We'll see. We'll just wait. We'll just wait. I think I messed up there. I think it's just a contortion this. I wanna save this for like a master. I don't think yeah, I'm not supposed to play that. I'm just supposed to like hold. I'm basically just supposed to hold there. But I did want Metalcraft, so this kind of helps. Hmm. Yeah, this is kind of annoying though. I'm just thinking about it. It might be lagging. Okay. My anemic beatdown is working though. It's just kind of helping. I mean, I am just weathering the storm. That's all that matters. Oh, that's so good. But now I have the dispatch. This is why I held it. This is why I held a dispatch for things like this. So I feel really smart now. I'm like super smart. Time for the offensive. Good. Technically, I could put it all in one Ravager. It's actually more damage, but it's just lethal anyway. Okay. This is pretty lethal. Double Ravager is kind of broken. Alright, eat this. I mean, I don't have to eat anymore, but I will. Alright. The mass amount of removal was what mattered there. Like, they have to have shenanigans in their deck, or like Biforce, so I think just keeping the Shalais in are pretty good. Like, Biforce shenanigans, like Smash Smithering something. That's the only reason to be in red, and like Gallop Blast as well. So, I think I want another Welding Jar, if that's the case. Just want to play like super duper protective while being like pretty disruptive as well. Actually, I'm gonna cut a Dreadnought. I don't think I need like a billion. If I have like less of the things, then I want less Dreadnoughts. All right, this sounds good. This match is like a killer in this matchup. It is such. It's so good. No lands, but everything. All right, I'll keep this one. We'll just do it old school here. We'll just do it up old school. Scissors, maybe? Summon Soul Artifact? Love it. I see your 5/5 and I'll raise you a 12/12. No blocks. Okay. Oh, nuts. Big attack. Steel Cleansing just sits here and, like, messes up something. Okay. Drum can turn on Biforce. That's pretty good. I would trade. I would absolutely trade here. My guy also has haste. Alright. You want to give me your Ravager for this? Go right ahead. Hmm. I don't think I could lose here. I really don't think I could lose here. If I could drop my Shalai, the game is like over. The game is like actually over. Alright. I don't know. I mean, they have a rabbit. What am I gonna do about Ravager? I have a bunch of blockers. I don't really know. Alright, here comes round 6. 2 more rounds to go. And then a top 8 will be determined. We'll definitely keep on watching if whether or not I make it. Or if I make it, you just keep watching me. Just gotta keep winning. Gotta keep winning. That's the goal here. One loss means I'm pretty much out of top 8. Lost the die roll. That's first time in a while I lost the die roll. To say it's reasonable, I can keep this. Oh, the elves! I'm ready. I'm totally ready for this. I'm actually ready. Here comes Day of Judgment. Hopefully it works out. Oh my goodness. This is like one of the worst matchups I feel like, but I'm my body is ready for this, I think. Let's see if they have naturalized or creeping corrosion. That's the real question. Oh god. 6 mana on turn 2. I'd be drawn out the hard way. My best advantage though is having this Ornithopter right now. It does fly over all the little elves. So sure. Sure. I don't think I even attack. I don't think I'm in a position to attack. Unless I draw a 12/12. Okay, this match is not bad. Huh. Huh. Construction goes like wait. I just want to read one line. Okay, it doesn't matter. They're the same card to me. Um okay, I'm just gonna pass. I'm not gonna play the plating yet. It's no point. Yeah, this is a tough one though. This is actually a really tough matchup. So I can hope I can steal this game somehow. It's gonna be really rough. Like every time they play a Lord, it gets a bit harder. Interesting attack. Um, I need to dispatch something like now, so um, I like how they held this back too. This is actually a really good call. So dispatch this. I'm not trading. I'm gonna eat this. Let me think. Eat this. Eat. Walk, walk. This lives. Yeah, that's probably right. Um, I need to. Hmm. I need to draw a 1/3. That'd be really nice right now. That didn't work. Let's see. They have to brick. They have to brick this turn, I guess. But I can grind this out. I can totally grind this out if they brick for like 3 turns. They only have 16 lords. Okay, that's a brick. That's technically a brick. That's not a brick. It's a 3-drop. If it's sleeve, okay, it's 4, 5, 6. Obelisk of Erd. Okay, that's kind of gross. It's kind of funny how like Convoke is not really Convoke when they're mana dorks. Okay, I'll take this one. This is fine. It's not really Convoke if they all add mana. Why this? There's another dispatch, but everything's like a 4/4. Yeah, we'll see. All right, all right, all right. Time for affinity control here. It's time for the affinity control sideboard plan. um, it's not that much. I mean, we're just bringing like 6 cards. Pretty basically this. You trade a bunch of Memnites for a bunch more jars. Oh, I can dodge fraction cuts pretty well. I play 8 non-artifact creatures. It's not bad. So yeah, take this out. Bring these in. Call it a day. I have to day judgment them. There's no other choice. I thought about citywide busts, but it's too narrow. I think day of judgment is a bit better overall. So hopefully this works out. Just a bit more removal, dispatches, contortions, a bit more welding jars to protect against creeping corrosion. And then yeah, just kind of ride it out. Just try to ride out everything. Day of judgment's the big reset button, which is really good. That's really what I'm hoping to hit. All right, I'm keeping this. It's like the best land I can have. If I draw a land, the game was really fast here. They have to like have a quick naturalize or natural state or whatever. So I'm gonna just bet it all. I'm betting it all right here on me hitting a land. Ornithopter would also be really good, but land would be very excellent. Planes, in fact. 9 planes in the deck. Gotta hit it. What is thinking about their hand? Okay. All right. Jar protects the drum. That's good. Land, please. I'll take any land at this point. Actually, I can cast a Ravager, so any land will do. It's fine. Totally fine. Okay, good, good. So now I have protection with for the Dreadnought. So it's pretty great. I can even like Day of Judgment and keep my 12/12 if I felt like it. Now what? What up now, Swedes? That's a really old meme from like old Halo tournaments or whatever. Okay. I get Day of Judgment if I wanted to. Should I just Day of Judgment? That'd be hilarious. I feel like I kind of want a Day of Judgment here. It sets them back into like Oblivion. And I have like creature land. Yeah, I'm doing it. And then that's fine. I wouldn't mind that at all. All right, Day. Go. It's like Armageddon. I just like killed 4 lands there. I basically played Armageddon. One-sided Armageddon. All right. Let's go, Affinity Control. All right, more of the same. I'll keep if I draw 12/12. Still pretty good hand. Pretty good hand, actually. I could try and dispatch really quickly. Early removal spell for the first Lord. Ooh. Now I have just dispatch early. Yeah, it was the only thing I could do against these elf decks. Let's play Day of Judgment. And a bunch of welding jars. That's really the only plan I had. Maya and the Nurturer. Huh. I don't even know if I want to kill that. Wait, I can just play the Honor Guard. It doesn't do anything. If I just play Honor Guard, it doesn't do anything. It can add mana still, but it's not going to get bigger when I have an Honor Guard in play. I mean, I think I'm in a pretty reasonable spot at the moment. I just need like threats at this point. Plating to be nice at any time. I'm gonna dispatch the next lord I see. I hope to not draw like a spatial contortion because I can't actually cast that right now. So I'd like to cast some like castable. So 12/12 would be nice. I double jar, so that'd be like the perfect draw right now. Part of me wants honestly wants to board like play board the Weatherlight or something like that. Some stupid card drawing spell. That's probably like too narrow. I know, but this is like a really scary matchup. It's like I think it's like really it's really not good. Okay. Um so they just eat 2 jars. I mean, I guess if they have another my own Day of Judgment. It does get rid of Metalcraft, so it wasn't the end wasn't the worst thing. So they could be just setting up for like a future sort of like creeping corrosion, which would be kind of sweet. All right, Dwayne's Elite doesn't do anything. Okay, that's all they got. I can just hang out. Don't have to do much here. Okay, we're just hanging out. Just hanging out. Hanging out here. Ooh, that's a good land. I could just sack my board to make this factory really big. It dodges a lot of stuff. Winding Way. All right. They're gonna say creature. They clan caller and Llanowar elves. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna day here. I'm literally just gonna day a judgment here, and then yeah, I'm just gonna day a judgment. This is too much. Okay. I drew a jar too, which is really big. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, sick winding way. Oh my god. They can't cast any of it though, which is hilarious. Okay, I have dispatch. I have Metalcraft now. So this is their hand, a bunch of 3 drops, but it's perfect. I day judgment at the board, and I put all my counters on this Mishra's Factory. Okay. They can only play 1 spell a turn. I'm thinking of you. Oh, it's champion's big. Um, this is looking good. This is looking real good. Um, I even have a welding jar for they draw another creeping corrosion, but it'll only be a 1 for 1. Well, sure, why not? Trying. I'm trying so hard. Thank you, though. I appreciate the nice comment. Um, okay. So they can cast like a bunch of spells here. So this is kind of scary. I might have to kill them with Hushwing Glyph or like Etch Champion. But I'm at such a high life total. They have to kill me really hard. All right, so this can cast the Elvish Champion, but I have like two unblockable creatures at this point. Okay. Okay, this is the clock. I mean, this is the game here. And I have a welding jar to keep it alive. I have to, like, die in some horrific fashion right now. Don't do it. Hmm. Okay, this is actually kind of bad. Because it does lose, I do lose Metalcraft here. But I do have, like, a 5/5 blocker. Okay. If I draw any artifact, I win. I also have a Hushwing Gryph. They can't attack. Oh my god, they're attacking. No. Okay, well, onboard trick time. Oh, they attacked. Why did they attack? Not like this. I mean, I actually enjoy this attack, actually, very much. I actually enjoy this attack so much. Alright. Alright, any artifact will do. um... Okay. Well, the Hushwing Grip will kill. The Hushwing Grip will kill. So that's fine. Alright, the whiff. Wait, no, I forgot no, the value. I forgot. I forgot to slam the grip there. No, I'm such a bad player. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Damn it, terrible. Oh, so bad. So bad. So bad at this game. The shame Hushwing Griff. The shame Hushwing Griff here. Shame Griff. Oh, why did I just stop this? He put 9 power for 2 mana. I had a lot. I mean, I had a billion live draws for this guy anyway. All right. I beat 2 creeping corrosions. I just want to mention that I beat 2 creeping corrosions. Oh my goodness. Just hanging in there, just hanging in there. Just gonna hang in there for a little while longer. So I have to worry about less. But yeah, I'm in 5th place right now. I need to win. If I don't win, I'll probably be in like 9th, I would say. Baby girl with electric feel. Say, girl. Baby girl. I like this hand. I'll keep very plating heavy, so hello, good luck. Memdog's like a great player. Actually, I really expect his play. Okay. Well, I should play the factory first. It doesn't really matter. I don't think. But yeah, they're like more mono blue, so I kind of like enjoy this matchup a little easier. Okay, Ravager's kind of a big one. Do a plating though. What if I just traded? I think it's a terrible idea. They could sack this and this, eat this. That'd be crazy. That'd be cray cray. Alright, well, double plating is kind of cool. Um, this is why I'm supposed to play the factory first, because I could potentially just hold of this for a block. But now I can't really block as well. The dog is your college buddy? Awesome. Root for who you want to root for. There are no biases here. This is kind of a weird situation. If they play, I think their like big strength is they play Master of Ethereum, which is really big in this matchup. Double Ravager is kind of gross. Okay, this is a lot. I kind of want to trade my board now. I kind of want to trade this for this, but they'll just sack a land. I'm dead in like 2 turns. I'm actually probably dead next turn. I need to draw like I need to draw like a dispatch. That'd be really nice. Um, just gonna take it. I think I just take it, play the factory pass. I don't know. It's not good. All right, Hushwing Griff's super amazing. The double single pets is actually brutal when it goes super wide. Oh, my choice between like single pets and gingerbread. I think I like gingerbread more for this evasion. Yeah, this is just disgusting. Um, they kind of got out to a really fast start. Can't be helped. This is the test. I guess to just test them to see if they know how to do math. Um, yeah, their payoffs are a lot better. I did this wrong. I actually activated the wrong one because now I can't activate the tap ability because it's newly controlled. It's summoning sick, so I even messed this up. I didn't even look. I'm dead anyway. Like, I should die right here. There's no reason I should live, at least throughout this next turn. Yeah, I get to play it way slower, so we'll see. Their decks is interesting because they're like more Memnite people. They're more Memnite. I'm more Ornithopter. I really like evasion in these kinds of matchups. But they get more aggressive starts though with like signal pests and whatnot. Am I bringing? I don't know if I'm bringing Day of Judgment here. Okay, they have to play like super conservative and just like let this die, sack it there. I did this completely wrong, by the way. Um. Oh, it's a land. But see, this is how wrong I did it. Because it has summoning sick, so maybe I could have lived through this. It's kind of whatever. I really just like checked out of this game. See, I can't even add mana because it's still summoning sick. I just activated the wrong land. Not that it matters. Unless I play Day Judgment here. I did Subword last time. Um, I don't remember. I think I just played like super defensive. See, I don't know about Welding Jar. I'm actually not sure how much like removal they really have. Like Edge champions are actively bad. Like seals are going to be amazing. Contortions are going to be really good. Yeah, there is. If you just like right click it, it'll tell you right here. You just right click it and it'll say like newly controlled around here somewhere. Um, hmm. Kind of want to board out the welding jar. They're like blue, so it's like it only works with like combat. If they're gonna have anything, it's gonna be like unsummons or whatever, or Surtarks. So I feel like welding jar is kind of like not good. I can cut these Mem Knights as well. I just bring in a couple removal spells and just hope for the best. I can bring in the Shalai, maybe. Shalai is kind of funny, but I don't think it's good. I don't think it's actually that good. It might be funny against the Surtark stuff. I don't know. It's probably not necessary for this matchup. Or Day of Judgment. Day of Judgment's the other card that could be okay. But then I need to keep the jars in. No, contortions, these are in. These cards are in, for sure. I don't know. I'll see how they board if I win this next game. I'll just bring in this. I'll just do this. Call it a day. Screw it. Let's go. Nothing to it but to do it. Should be a big attrition match where I just like try to remove as many things as I can. I'm gonna mulligan. I'm gonna mulligan. Um, not like this. I'm gonna go to 5. Okay, I'll keep. All right, we're just all in. I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna go out like this. I'm going out like this. If I go out, I go out like this. Screw it. All right, that Sword Dog's really good. It's really good against these guys. Okay. This taps lands, right? Oh my god, it taps lands. He drew the Memnite. He just drew a Memnite. Oh, it's over. Well, we had a good run. Mulligans suck. Had a good run. What are you gonna do? Well, I mean, I have more lands than most other affinity lists. Yeah, that's rough. Oh my god. They should attack with everyone. Let's get this over with. Wow, you're leaving already? This guy. Yeah, that was rough. I just drew one land, and then they had the Surtar. They had the Icy. What are you gonna do about that? I didn't want to go to 4. There's no way I go to 4 with this hand. That's just rough. Dang, what a way to go. Well, we're up to the it's up to the breakers now. If I sneak into 8th place, that'd be wild, but I doubt it. I highly doubt I'm gonna make top 8. Yeah, bad beats for both of us. We both lost our winning ends, but here we are talking about top 8 now. Oh, my opponent! Oh my god, my opponent won out. One of the people I beat won out. I made 7th. I helped them.
Dang.
I helped them out.
All right, I'm watching your stream. So
Oh,
I
you're
mean,
watching. You
I guess I
Yeah, you should just watch MTGO. That's like way
okay.
better.
Yeah, because the lag. There's too much lag between
Yeah,
the
there's
stream
way too
and
much lag. The only other way is if I share Discord.
no, that's
But
fine.
yeah.
I'm in MPGO. I can
Let's
watch it.
since the last match is waiting, we'll watch the Flexo versus BR Pestana.
Oh, okay. Actually, I lost to BR Pastana
Oh yeah, I beat them.
in round 1.
They're playing.
Like they're playing Elves. Yeah, I took a
Yeah.
round 1 loss to Elves, and I was like, wow, this matchup's just impossible. I did win game 1, but like I don't know.
Wasn't possible for me, right, chat?
Yeah, I saw that you had a Day of Judgments in your
Yeah.
sideboard or something. I started watching that match again, and I was like looking through your graveyard, and I was like, oh, there's a Day of Judgment in there. That explains some things.
It's really good. I mean, it helped out a lot. Like they just get to an impossible board state where you actually just need to
sweep them.
Yeah, you just have to sweep them. And like there was one game where I had a 12-12 and I had my own welding jar, so it just jarred my guy and there's Day of Judgment. And I was just like, yeah, okay. That's game here. But yeah, we're just waiting on this match. Flexo is playing Izzet Blitz. Only lost to the guy that went undefeated, M Dog.
They're saying in the chat that maybe I'll stand a little closer to my mic.
No, I boosted you. It should be better.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. Okay, we're just waiting. But the rest of the top 8 is Baker T's playing Swans. I think Arco Verde's playing
Heroic. I'm pretty
sure.
I think this is I think Baker played them in the Swiss. I think it's a rematch.
Right. And they won. They did win that match. M Dogs was undefeated, played Affinity with blue. Pixel Tamer, I think, is playing Merfolk. Takeout Tree's playing Burn. I lost to Takeout Tree like round 2. So they made a nice run. They helped my Prickers a lot. And Wilte is playing Blue-White
Blue white.
Control.
Yeah, blue white
Wow,
control. Yeah.
that's actually a really diverse top 8 here.
Yeah. Yeah, most of the affinity decks didn't do that well.
I mean,
I don't know the deck.
I made 10th. I don't know. You made like top 16. That's pretty decent.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying like not like top 8. Like the top 8 doesn't really show that. Also, I guess there weren't that many affinity decks to start with. Like I mean, there were a bunch, but I was expecting there to be a lot more than there actually were, I think. I guess we'll see at the end when we look at the.
Yeah,
Look at
I
all
mean, like M-Dog went
the-
undefeated, so like they're holding the crown right now.
Okay,
Probably
true.
should just watch the match, but we're just still waiting. I'm trying to make sure they're actually getting their match. Hopefully they didn't like walk away. That'd be really annoying. That'd be really unfortunate if they just kind of walked away. They might have thought they didn't make top 8, but I did PM them on MTGO. We're gonna wait. What did you lose to today? So you played Affinity too, right? Why did you choose Affinity?
Yeah. I just thought it was like, I don't know, it seems like the easiest deck to like optimize, like because it's early in the season, so or not optimize, but like it's like a very obvious deck to build, right? So like I mean there's obviously some optimizations that are not obvious, but like you can't really go too wrong with like, 4 Archon Ravager, 4 Cranial Plating, bunch of Meta Knights, bunch of Ornithopters, a bunch of Springleaf Drums and whatever. Like you just like, the deck doesn't really leave that much up to being, and even if you like build it wrong, it's not going to be like super wrong, right? Like
So you played like only 2 Insult Artifacts. Most of these decks play 4. And you decided to play Thoughtcast? Is there like? And it's kind of weird because like
um
you think you'd want to play like the 0 drops and then Insult Artifact. Do you think that's?
so I think that I cut I mean you have to cut something, right? Yeah, so you could cut Thoughtcast, you could cut Frogmite, you can cut Insole, or you could cut some number of Master of Ethereums, or you could cut, I mean you could also put Etched Champions in the main deck. It's also reasonable. I had them in the sideboard. They weren't that good, but they came up in a few spots. I think that Insole is a card. It's kind of like uh, it, I think well, first of all, if you draw a bunch of them, it can sometimes be bad, especially post board, like because you draw your Insole and then they 2-for-1 you because they have their artifact removal spells, so you have to have exactly Darksteel Citadel. And if you draw multiple Insoles, like you just get blown out pretty much more easily. But Insole does get you free wins sometimes. And I did find in at least one game where you just Insole Darksteel, like I think Insole Darksteel Citadel is really good against the red decks because they can't really get rid of it, right? Like it's great against red decks, but it's bad against a lot of other stuff in the field, in my opinion.
All right,
Yeah,
we'll have to watch something else. I'm just kidding. I'll monitor these people, but let's go to we'll
yeah, I'll
watch
top it anywhere.
let's watch M Dog versus Triple Tamer because M Dog is undefeated.
Sure,
So
sure.
M Dog is of course on Affinity. I don't know. I got totally blown out by the Surtark in the sideboard, but I did mold a 5.
Yeah,
I think this is
yeah. I
game
guess that I
1.
wondered about that card. It seems pretty bad to me, but I guess like it does have its uses.
Yeah, it's still game 1. So they got a big board already. Um, it's I think if the Merfolk player draws a Master of Pull Trident, it's just going to be like really bad times. But they're racing here with this cranial plating and Master.
Yeah, they sort of already have them under the abyss a little bit here, so like there has to be at least one block happening. So I don't know that an Island Walk Lord is going to be enough, honestly, because you're in a spot where you can't really swing out, and you're just going to start losing.
It's a nice trade though on the
Yeah,
factories, so you kind of like
this is good.
reduce the Master a bit. The best card I
Yep.
think for Merfolk is probably Harbinger of the Tides, just kind of like huge tempo play on the Master.
Right. Yeah, I got blown up by Harbinger a bunch yesterday when I played against Pixel Tamer. That card's just very strong.
Yeah, let's see if they made any
All right.
adjustments. They won the tournament yesterday, so we had an F&M tournament, and this is the day after, and they actually took it down with Merfolk. I don't know if they made any changes at all. Let's see.
I don't think so. They're still playing Astral Apes. I assume they still have Bind the Monster. It's just game 1, so it looks like, I mean those
Oh,
are the
see,
only.
yeah, it did exact. Yeah, they just took the same 75. Why not? If it's not broke, don't fix it, huh?
Yeah. Trading off Memnite here is kind of interesting. I guess you really want to conserve your life total, but also the Memnite is something you can put the plating on, so you have like 2 threats that are lethal this turn. So I kind of would have liked not blocking there at all, because like they would have had to block both creatures anyway. So like basically you get to get rid of the Marrow Ridgery for free if you don't block. I guess the risk is that they have like something that they can cast at instant speed, but all right. So putting in Soul on Springleaf Drum, that's really interesting. I don't know. I guess they really value the mana from the Darksteel Citadel. I guess because they want to equip plating to something. Yeah, okay. That makes
Yeah.
some sense.
I think either way, it's the same removal applies. If they have bounce, they're just gonna bounce it, or they have to
Right.
find a
The
monster.
bind.
Yeah,
At this point, they can't even cast bind anymore. It's a dead card, I guess.
right. So like, it doesn't matter if it's like indestructible or not. But yeah, having the extra mana to equip is really nice. Oh, Baker already beat Heroic, another 2-0. So Baker's already on the top 4 with the Swans deck.
So this is interesting because specifically because they drew in Soul, the situation I talked about happened where they had to double chump block, and they're at a higher life total because they took the chump, their own chump, which is kind of, I don't know, hindsight, I guess, but it worked out for them. So yeah, now they have them under double abyss, which is even harder for the Merfolk deck to recover from.
All right, Sovereign. All these creatures that just are appearing are just like lambs to the slaughter. They can't really. They
Yep.
can't even attack.
Yeah. The most you can do is attack with the Harbinger, but then you're still gonna have to double block both your opponent's threats with your lords, and then you're just back where you started.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
maybe you have to. I don't know. I guess you don't have enough reach in your mono blue deck to making attacking worth it.
the only thing that would make it worth it is if they had maybe like a Silver Gill Adept and they chain into another creature.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
because maybe then the Harbinger attack is good. They just block with 2 Merfolk and then just kind of keep going.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like over, but it's getting over really soon. You might actually have to double
Yeah.
block the Master, or even
Yeah.
the drum. Maybe double block the
That's true.
drum.
Yeah. Double blocking the master is. I mean, it's the better card, but it also double blocking the drum lets you keep one of your blockers alive. Whereas the plating is just going to move over to the drum now. So
Right. Maybe their out is just like drawing a Harbinger. I mean that's what they're kind of planning.
yeah, possibly. I guess technically bind is live again. Oh, I guess not anymore because they put the plating on.
Yeah, no, it's never live anymore. It's never gonna be live. I mean, I guess it's that one. They go to one. Oh no, they're at 6. Never mind. Wait. Okay, they have a Sovereign.
All right, so if they can produce 2 blockers on this turn, they can't. So
No,
they're still in the
I
abyss.
think their last card's probably like a counter spell. If I had to
Yeah, that would
guess.
make sense. Yeah.
What did you say you lost to again? You lost to Elves, right? You lost to
So yeah,
Elves or
round one I
Rose.
lost to Elves. They had a pretty nutty draw in both the games that I lost. I did manage to steal one with like a Ginger Brute or something. I can't remember. Because they can't block very well against like Signal Pests and Ginger Brutes, and you can steal a game. But I think the version of Elves that they're playing also had like 4 Cripping Corrosion in the sideboard, so it's a tough matchup to begin with, and then they also
Yeah.
have the insane hate cards. So and
Yeah,
then
you
I lost to Tom, and I lost the winning end to Baker.
right. That was a brutal one.
Yeah, I mean it was close. I don't know. My draw wasn't great in game 3. I don't really know if I sideboarded properly. It is one thing I did notice that's pretty funny is the fact that spatial
Ooh, it was a
contortion.
big Harbinger. I'm sorry to interrupt, but that's a
Yeah,
huge
yeah,
Harbinger. Just kind of a sick
it
two.
is. It is. Yeah, so that's a good 2-for-1. So I guess this points to why I don't love having too many in soul artifacts.
Yeah, they're really good when they're good, but
Yeah,
sometimes you just
but
kind of
if
get
you,
messed up.
yeah,
Like
for sure.
I won one. I split my artifact or my affinity matchups today, and like dispatch just does not care about this indestructibility. So
Oh yeah,
uh,
dispatch is. I think dispatch is like the best white affinity card, right? Like
that
it's got to be.
yeah, it's honestly the reason I'm playing honestly white, and then I just jammed the other
Yeah,
cards in.
Yeah.
But I played like zero
Yeah.
blink. I played against one blink deck. I actually lost, but my opponent conceded to me because they had to leave, which was really lucky. They they were I was actually really lucky. Sad I couldn't like convert that, but oh well. I wonder if all right. The other player did start playing, so that's good. So no one no showed.
All right. Okay, so I guess
This
Gingerbread is lethal here. Presumably,
it's incredibly lethal.
presumably their last card was in fact not a counterspell, or they would have countered this Gingerbread.
You know what it must be? It must be bind the monster.
Yeah, probably, probably right.
All right, get game one goes to M Dog, continuing the streak.
So I think game one Affinity should be favored. Post board, more folks probably going to have rebuilds. I'm assuming. And let me look at their list real quick.
Yeah, they're big on rebuild. Even like Into the Royal seems fine, but I
Yeah.
can just imagine them just like swapping out just deprives and maybe some random
Four.
creatures,
Wow. Oh,
and
they
then
have the
just
full
like
four rebuild.
yeah, they do not want to lose. But you
I guess
know,
rebuild. So this is kind of funny. If you have Astrolabe in play, your rebuild will bounce your Astrolabe. So maybe that's the secret.
value. It's
Yeah,
the
it's just
value.
value.
We broke it.
Yeah, it's pretty broken.
But yeah, M Dog does play a couple counter spells. They play two Metal Talc Rebuke main deck, and they also have two in the sideboard. They're playing Basilisk Collar. That's really interesting. I forgot that was legal. I wonder
That's a nice one.
wonder why you would play that. It's
I mean, yeah, it's great with like. I mean, we don't have this card, but it's great with Walking Ballista, right?
yeah. I
That's,
mean,
that's what they. This is what they do in modern in
I
like
guess they have like
Drowsy.
Memnites, so like Memnites just turn into like just silly blockers. Lifelink is great against burn. So if you have a really
Yeah,
big like Master of Ethereum, you just like slap on a Basilisk Collar. That'd be really funny with like Mortar Pod. Mortar Pod would be kind of a fun one with that.
yeah, that's true. That's a combo.
But yeah, I think they're just gonna bring in maybe the Surtarks against some of the bigger creatures and probably like Unsummon and Metallic Rebukes. If they I mean they're up a game so they can kind of play with it, so they might be not be expecting the rebuilds, but the deck did win the tournament yesterday at the FNM, so
Right.
they could be privy to it. I've not gotten rebuilded yet. I'm really happy about that.
Yeah, I got Shatterstormed in one round, but I won the match. I lost the game. I got Shatterstormed though. Although it was funny because so I was playing against Rakdos mid range. In game one, I won. Game two, I got Shatterstormed. Game three, I put an Ensoul artifact on a Darksteel Citadel, and then
Mm,
I had Stubborn Denial up the whole game. But it was funny because I didn't even need the Stubborn Denial because the Shatterstorm wouldn't have done anything because my only threat was Darksteel Citadel with Ensoul.
that's hilarious.
Yeah.
I in the Elves matchup I won. I actually beat two Creeping Corrosions. I casted two in a turn, two in a game.
That is, I mean, also the fact that you're playing like a lot of random white creatures mitigates the creeping corrosion a little bit.
Like the first one, all I had was like a 1/3, the 1/3 honor guard, and like two
Yeah.
ornithopters and two welding jars. So they went creeping corrosion. So I just sacked my welding jars,
Yeah.
and then they creeping corrosion me again at some point, and it just didn't matter because I put all my I don't know, it just didn't matter at some point. It was really funny.
Right. So I'm just looking at it's kind of funny looking at the standings. Every single 9 pointer, so the top 32 goes exactly to 9 points,
Oh
which is
wow,
kind of
really?
funny how that worked out, which is great,
Yeah,
I guess, you know.
yeah. The
So,
kickoff tournament's really fun. Like pretty much like half the field got paid, so
right,
that was really good. We made 5 tickets.
right on.
Yeah. Yeah, there's 112 that made it to the top 16. That's actually really great. It was one of my
Yeah.
opponents, so I carried him. I definitely carried them into top 16.
All right, so we got Astrolabe on one side, Springleaf Drum on the other.
Ooh, and a ginger brute. Already has metalcraft. That's even important at some point. I'm not sure like how many like Memnites and Ornithopsis to be playing. I have like 6 total 0 drops, but maybe like 8
I'm
is really the
playing
number.
I'm playing 10, but I mean, I could definitely be wrong. But I mean,
Mm,
I'm also playing Frogmites, so that kind of makes and Thoughtcast, so that makes it
right.
like
Like
I
you're
don't
really
know.
more banging on Affinity.
Yeah, exactly. I think my version is just a lot lower to the ground and faster. Like it's just because I have all the 0 drops, and then you just Thoughtcast and drop Master of Ethereum. I guess Master of Ethereum is an additional incentive for the 0 drops because it's like a payoff for them.
Yeah,
If you're not,
I just couldn't get
right,
around not playing like 19 lands because I was playing like 4 drops on my sideboard, so I really felt like I
right.
had to play a bunch of lands. And most
Yeah.
of my like end game against like decks where I need to play like 4 drops was like playing creature lands and killing them. So
Dog only has 5 0 drops.
no, they play the full 8, I think.
No, I'm
Oh,
looking at
you
the list
know?
now. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because they don't play They only play Ornithopter, or they only play like one
Yeah.
Ornithopter, which doesn't make. I love Ornithopter. I think it's way better than Memnite. I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
I think maybe Memnite's better when you have Signal Pests, but I don't play Signal Pests, so I really
All
like
right. So
Ornithopter.
we're kind of
This,
already getting to the spot where it's rebuild or bust, it looks like.
I think they have
Either
rebuild. They
they
literally
must have
added
it.
zero, nothing to the board, so
Yeah.
there's no way they don't have rebuild. But they can get blown out by a gigantic Metallic Rebuke here. That'd be like
True.
actual game. All right, Cheeky Thoughtcast. Um, this is the time to rebuild. Yeah, absolutely.
So you do lose your bind the monster.
Oh, they're adding a mana. This is actually pretty clever
Yeah, that's smart.
because
Uh,
they can recast
yeah,
their
yeah.
master. Yeah, M Dog no slouch when it comes to Affinity. They played it the last time plating was legal. They played it a lot, so I think it's like probably one of their pet decks. All right, everything's back in the hand. The one-sided upheaval. They still get to play a drum, I guess, and they can still play the master.
Yeah.
And I think they had a Frogmite, right? I think they did. I don't remember.
I think they have oh yeah, they do. Yeah, they have fragment in their list. Can't remember if they had it or not. All right, here comes Master back down. So the Merfolk deck did pick up 2 Astrolabes. So again, it's kind of awkward because it's like in this matchup, the matchup's too fast where you can't really leverage doing that, but it is kind of cute that you can.
Yeah, this is, as Baker's saying, it's so much more of a fog than an actual
Yeah,
kind of
I mean,
like blowout situation.
agreed. Yeah,
But yeah, Mono Blue doesn't really like have too much. Like when you plan on rebuilding, you really just need a threat on the board. And the first 2 turns, all they played was Astrolabes. So
right.
imagine if those cards were just like random Merfolk, like I don't know,
Yeah,
like any 1-drop Merfolk or something like that.
right. I mean it. Yeah, it's true.
If anything, this is almost like a detriment to them having Astrolabes bounce back because now you're just like wasting your turn playing Astrolabes. It doesn't really like solve the. I could take a, excuse me, cast like something blue here.
They can. Yeah. So it's not the end of the world, but I don't know what they even want to cast. I guess something that deals with this master would be nice. But even, I mean, the master just being on the field is like, I mean, bind the monster doesn't really help that much. Like bouncing with Memnite is very low impact.
Yeah, it's not good to bounce a free spell. I honestly just like getting it with everyone. I just like activate this factory, attack with absolutely everyone. Just put pressure.
Yeah, that seems pretty good to me. I guess if you like have a Ravager in hand, you probably would rather deploy it. But I guess you can still do that and use the Springleaf Drum to fire up the factory. So not really giving up too much. I guess the second Master of Ethereum would be kind of interesting. Like I guess
Yeah.
you play that; it's just more power.
Oh yeah, there's also Gingerbrute in the hand too. It's like they definitely just like
Yeah, yeah,
Cast a Ginger Brute, activate it with the Memnite, and then activate the
yeah.
Mishra's Factor too. They're gonna unsummon this guy. Which is actually a
I don't know.
temple. I think it's like a temple loss, because if they attack with
Yeah,
everyone, then they just lose
now
the
they.
master.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know if I like this. I mean, I guess you're pushing a lot of damage, so, but I
I
don't
mean,
know if it's super fun.
you just use your creatures to kill them. I don't know.
Correct. Yeah, and I feel
Um,
like they would almost feel like they would chump the master at this point.
right. They could have lethal too. Yeah, maybe. I don't
It's
know.
possible. Yeah. As usual, we know nothing in the commentary booth, so you know.
Um, yeah, I think one of the big advantages I think from like my version to the blue version is really just Master of Ethereum. It's just a super sweet card. It's
Yeah.
something it's something I literally can't replace. I have to play like 12/12s and some anemic one
Um,
threes and 2/1s.
I did blow out. I played against the Enduring Ideal deck twice, and I won both times with Stubborn Denial.
Oh no.
So just want to throw that out there. So that was pretty
Stubborn
cool.
Stubborn Denial's great. Everyone loves the force
Yeah,
spike.
yeah. And I actually soft stubbed an Enduring Ideal in
Oh,
game three of.
is this lethal? No, they're short by one. They're short by 13. This is lethal. They just activate the factory, the game's over. Pumps the
Yeah,
master. Yeah.
yep,
Wow, they
yeah.
had
So
it. They just super had it.
so as usual, we know nothing. M-Dog is correct to unsummon
Yeah.
them.
They're very careful. I think if we've watched a lot of M Dog's matches, especially from
Agreed.
last season, they're super
M-Dog
deliberate.
M-Dog usually has weird decks, but plays very well.
Right. This is not a weird deck. This is just a good deck, though.
Yeah, I would unsummon if it won me the game. That's why you're in top four and we're not. See
Yeah.
that?
Yeah. See, yeah,
All right.
not too much. I had done another rebuild, but that's it. M Dog's gonna take it to the top four. What else can we watch here? What's still going? I guess I'm gonna watch the Izzet versus Elves
Versus
deck.
Elves.
That's gonna be the
Yeah,
last one.
right. Unless they finish very quickly. I suspect that Izzet is favored because they can pick off a bunch of lords pretty quickly and then kill with a Sprite Dragon. Um,
Maybe it's like Cyclops. This is like this is straight out of like Pauper, isn't it? Is this not a Pauper card? The
yeah, it
Elves deck is
is.
up a game, by the way.
Wow, it's pretty shocking.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not. It's not. The craziest. Like I wouldn't be. I wouldn't say the matchups like that one sided. I guess I just figured that the deck is favored though. Leyland of Life Force. I think that card's really bad
Creature
because
spells can't be countered.
yeah, like they're not countering your spells. They're sweeping you and burning and killing them.
Yeah. The other ley line of Vitality would probably be better.
Yeah, agreed. It still wouldn't be amazing, but at least it like stops lava dart and stuff like that from wrecking you.
Wow. This deck is like super focused on just trying to get a Teamer Battle Rage in play. There's 4 Battle Rages. And there's a bunch of like there's not a lot of burn, honestly, so and there's not a lot of counter spells either. Just some things
Yeah,
to
so maybe
protect.
it's more like a
Yeah.
combo-y version of.
Right. They're just trying to like pump up a fiend or pump up a cyclops and then kill you with it. That's really the
Yeah,
goal. They don't have like a ton of burn though. That's like kind of one of the downsides. That's probably why they're gonna lose this. But they have like a single pyroclasm and like a blazing volley.
yeah. Yeah,
That's
the elves
and
just get too big too quickly for Blazing
yeah.
Volley. It's not like in Pauper, in Pauper, the elves, there's not like lords. The elves just get a critical mass of mana, but they don't really have like lord effects.
Oh
But
my
here, like, there's so many lords that,
oh my god. This elf deck is also playing 4 God Pharaoh statue in their sideboard. That would be so brutal if they resolve that against the Blitz player here. All right, if they have a team of Battle Rage, this is kind of just over. All right, that's it. That's 19 damage.
I guess they needed to put more blockers in front of that. They could have lived.
I don't think they could have done anything there, actually.
Yeah, you might be right. I guess it's only 5 more toughness. I was thinking they were a higher life total. I didn't realize they were already at 10.
Oh, sorry, prediction. Is it Blitz against Elves? This is game 3.
Oh man, I get to predict. All right.
Are you still streaming though, right?
No,
Yeah.
I'm not.
Oh, okay. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for the host. Appreciate it.
I don't even know how to do that. I don't even.
You just type into your chat and just the slash host in the channel name.
Oh, okay. No, I know.
Yeah, I think Elves is actually kind of favored here, just based on their sideboards alone. All they have, all the red deck or blue red deck has really is just like chain lightnings and a couple of like soft board wipes, but not. I
Yeah.
don't think they're really planning on this matchup. But I was actually really worried about this matchup as an Affinity player because this is actually kind of a brutal matchup.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is one of the toughest matchups for Affinity. I don't think. I mean, Elves has pretty obvious weaknesses. Like if you just kill their creatures early, it's very hard for them to get to a critical mass. Even though they do have like some grindy elements like Winding Ways and Lead the Stampede, they still need like creatures in play for that stuff to work. Because generally their land count is pretty low, so they're like leaning on their creatures to make mana. So it slows them down a lot if you kill their creatures early. Um,
Like that's a fantastic chain lightning to
yeah,
make your point because now it's like their best bet is just to play like two more lords.
right.
Um, yeah, this is like a one season where like hibernation's not legal sometimes. Sometimes it's legal, sometimes it's not, and this is like, wow, I wish hibernation was here. That would make a lot of sense, but
But as I was saying, like the Elves deck, it's got some very specific good matchups, like other aggro decks, especially, and Affinity doubly so because it can play powerful green artifact sweepers. But it does have like it's pretty poor against sweepers, um, so and poor against it's not amazing against spot removal unless the spot removal is like if the opponent doesn't apply pressure, then you can grind back into it with winding ways and lead stampedes. But if they've got spot removal plus pressure, it can be pretty hard for the Elves deck. But if the metagame is a bunch of affinity decks and that's what you're running into, then you could top eight a tournament pretty easily. And also if the I guess the other thing to keep in mind, or to harp on that point a little bit, is that Elves is generally a dog also to red deck wins, but we're not seeing very much red deck wins at all. So that might be another reason why Elves is actually pretty well positioned right now. I was actually contemplating playing red deck wins, but I wanted to try Affinity because I hadn't played it yet this season.
sorry, I was just doing something in Discord. I don't know.
No
No,
worries.
bigger saying something. Yeah, I mean, it's just like the critical mass of cards. A lot of decks just can't really deal with it outside of like black decks can play like Nature's Ruin, white can play like Day of Judgment. Red could play like some sweepers, but sometimes, like you said, if you just like double up on or triple up on lords, it's really bad. I almost played Citywide Bust in my list, but that requires them to have at least like three lords in play. And by that time, it's really, and they can if they see it game two, and let's say we go to game three, they can just play around it like so easily.
Right, right. All right, things are already starting to spiral. Like we killed the first two things, but things are already starting to spiral a little bit here.
Yeah, I think like
Um,
16 lords is the most lords I've ever seen out of an elf deck. But there's like four clan caller,
I
four
think I think
perfect.
this deck is not well constructed. Personally, I would not play that many lords. I also would definitely not play Obelisk of Erd. I think that card's bad in Elves on a lot
Oh,
of
then
different
okay.
levels.
I'm sorry, 19 lords. Then
Yeah,
they're
so the
actually
problem with Obelisk, like if you think about it, if you have 6 mana in play with this many lords and you're not already winning, then Obelisk is not going to make you like either you have 6 lands, right? In which case you flood it out because you're a 17 land deck and you're probably not going to win, or you've got a bunch of creatures in play already which you're using to convoke Obelisk of Erd. In which case, why do you need to give them all +2/+2? You've already got so much critical mass in play. And then the third reason is Obelisk of Erd is not a hit off Lead the Stampede or Winding Wave, so it makes your grindy elements worse to have it in your deck. So it's just bad on like every level.
why can't they just play
Um,
like Garrick or like
yeah, you
Overrun
could.
or a literal Overrun or something?
There's a lot of things you could put in that spot. I mean, you could just play Elvish Visionary in that spot. Like that would just be better too.
Yeah, even like Sylvan Library seems great, or anything
Yeah,
to give
yeah,
evasion. That's another big. I mean, I don't know how they go wide pretty hard, but like if your deck goes even wider, then they're just kind of like attacking all the time.
right, right. All right, we put a token into play. I guess this is kind of free because we're going to tap the Archdruid. This is a little scary if they have Team or Battle Rage, though. I
Mm-hmm.
guess we do have 15 toughness.
No, not
What's
even
that?
more now. Never mind. Nope, that's like 23. It's
23?
actually
Yeah.
23. This doesn't have to be the greatest Mythic Cyclops, but I mean, it could start with something like Apostle's Blessing plus some stuff. Actually, Apostle's Blessing, Team Battle Rage, I think kills them.
I don't think the elf draw was particularly slow. I think they got slowed down by the, just addressing the chat, I think they got slowed down by double chain lightning. And this is why you need a sweeper eventually. I think double spot removal plus pressure is pretty good, but they didn't really apply pressure until now. So that kind of let the elf deck get back into it. I think they have something like slip through space in their list. The blue,
Yeah,
blue red deck.
I think the best they have Apostle's Blessing. That's what they have.
Okay. Okay.
So like at any point at this point in the game, it could have been like Blessing Battle Rage would just kill on the spot.
Yes, I guess it would, right? I mean, they need a land, but
Yeah,
it's turn
well,
5. So.
they have this opt.
Okay, they scribed opt to the top, so that's got to be scary for the elf deck.
It was another
Okay.
opt.
I guess that means we can't actually kill our opponent though, so I think we're dead.
Yeah,
I mean, I could be wrong.
I don't know what they have at this point. They have to kill them right now.
Right.
They would have to have like some sort of free spell or like. I'm actually surprised his deck doesn't play like Frantic Search too. That's just like a really good card with it's just a random free spell. Oh, there's the Apostle's Blessing, but they're out of lands, so they need like any spell, like a land drop and a spell would kill.
I guess if they have land plus chain lightning.
Yeah, that kills. That would kill.
They're saying GG in the chat, so they probably died.
Oh. Well, Elves moves on. Marrow Shards for the kill. They'd be short by 1, actually. Marrow it only hits +3. Alright, well, Elves moves on. Gonna join Baker playing Swans and M-Dog playing Affinity for the last match. I think the last match is over too. Who won the last one? Oh, Takeout Tree won. So it's Burn. What a crazy top 4. We've got Burn, we've got Affinity.
Right. I feel like Takeout Tree's deck is just really badly built.
Oh, I can't say that. He's in the semifinals. I lost to it. I can't say anything. I actually have nothing to say. I think it's great. I think it's one of the best decks ever built. I think that they're just like, a genius. They beat me, so their deck is way better. Their deck is actually way better than it was from like day 1. I think their deck has gotten way better.
I don't even know what it was day 1, but I will say
they had Wheel of Fate day 1. That's
playing Astrolabe in your G2 Lava Runner deck, and then playing Galvanic Blast and Shrapnel Blast with 8 total artifacts in your deck cannot be correct. There's enough good red cards that you don't need to do that. I think this is like, again, a testament to that. If you just play a proactive red deck, you can play whatever garbage you want.
No. Okay, what do you want to watch? You want to watch? Okay, we're gonna watch Takeout Tree now. Now, your money where your mouth is. Gonna go against Affinity here, so we'll do another prediction. So Affinity versus Burn. Gonna be the next match. The other side is Baker playing Swans against the Elf deck, which seems like a beating. Maybe we'll see. Game 1 looks very. I don't know. That's. I don't know. The Swans deck is more of like a control-y version, but that looks like a really nice matchup for Baker.
Yeah.
I haven't really looked at their list.
Having the access to the combo finish would make the Elves deck as good against Elves. I actually think the Burn deck will be slightly favored against Affinity, but I mean, M-Dog's just a really good player, obviously, so anything can happen. But
I mean, I think the maybe saving grace is that they're playing like 4 Etch Champions main deck, I believe.
Yeah, that'll definitely swing it a little bit.
Oh my god. If they just put Etch Champion and Basilisk Caller together, they'd just like never lose. I think they might just never lose. Caller's great. I actually am gonna steal Caller, I think. I don't know where, but I'm gonna steal it somehow. I'm gonna steal that idea. It's a really good idea.
All right, I trashed the red deck, but I'm gonna bet on it. I'm gonna bet it's gonna win.
I don't know. I mean, like,
I'll put $2,000 on the red deck. Here we go.
I think the deck needs to play more lava
2000.
darts and maybe like less shrapnel blast. Like with your point, having only 8 artifacts and then having like 8 cards that are Galvanic Blast is like artifact centric, but it's just like, oh
Yeah, I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
shock is like playable in PD mono, right? Like you can play shock. It's not embarrassing. Obviously, people play burst lightning. Burst lightning is better, but most of the like 75% of the time or 80% of the time you're casting burst lightning, you're not kicking it anyway, and it's fine. It's perfectly serviceable. So I don't hate like I'm not like galvanic blast is like sometimes randomly will deal 4 for 1 damage, which is broken. So it's whatever. That one's fine. Um, but shrapnel blast you literally cannot cast unless you've drawn one of your 8 artifacts. That seems pretty bad to me. Other than that, I mean, I think Thermal Alchemist is like okay, but there's probably, I mean, I would rather play other things, but it's not the worst. It's not embarrassing either. Wayward Guide Beast, I think, is pretty bad to play 4 of them.
Oh my god,
G2
we're
Lava
back to
Runner,
that. That's right. We're actually are back to that.
yeah, I think that card's like just not that good. G2 Lava Runner, again, it's fine, but you're playing Astrolabes in your G2 Lava Runner deck, so I mean, before they were playing Gitaxian Probe, at least it made your Lava Runner, it turned on your Lava Runner. All right, looks like we're starting.
What's kind of interesting is that this deck doesn't like. So it has like a billion burn spells, but they're like kind of like hesitant to put more like artifact hate in their sideboard. That's probably correct because they just have like a massive amount of burn spells. They're probably just like outlast most of
Yeah,
the affinity
I
players.
suppose. I mean, I think playing 4 Smash is pretty good. Like, it's
Because
just
it's
so strong.
yeah, it's just like doubles your game plan.
Right,
You kill an artifact, and then you also just do damage, which you just what you. It's like it's just Searing Blaze, and everyone loves Searing
right.
Blaze.
I mean, looking at their match history, it looks like the only artifact or affinity deck they played against was you,
Hmm.
unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, it was I don't remember what happened, but I lost. All I remember is I lost.
All right, so the red deck already taking a mold of
I did
5, which is
I
pretty
do remember
bad
taking
for.
the game. I'm sorry, I do remember taking the game 3 because I played my Shalai. They had no idea what to do about that. I had double Shalai. I was like, yeah, Shalai was really good actually. All right, turn 1 Guide Beast bounces the land. I think you could play like 1 Zurgo and be okay with it, assuming Zurgo's like legal still.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think playing the first Zergo is pretty free, and it's a good wonder up. So you should probably it's probably better than Wayward Guide Beast. So it's better than G2 Lava Runner and Ice Golem too, like the first one. So
Well, I mean, if you're gonna play
yeah,
like Galvanic Blast and Shrapnel Blast, I don't mind having lava.
the
I'm
Golem,
sorry,
yeah,
the home.
yeah. That makes sense, or that's reasonable. Wow, that's a pretty big lava dart.
We took out that Sigma Beth, yeah. Oof, what a big board. But Lava Dart kind of eats all this up if they want to sacrifice their land. They're only playing 16 land in this red deck with 4
Yeah,
Barb Rings. So
that's another
very
thing I can't really get behind. The 16 land 4 Shard Volley deck is pretty suspect. Again, it's like a thing where you can run well over a certain number of rounds, but sometimes you will just get screwed.
I love this. We're just doming. Forget the creatures. We're just doming here. I think what's actually okay. I think there is a defensible thing to play against this 4 Guide Beast is that because their curve is so low, their curve basically ends at 2. Um, basically their land has like vigilance, which is really weird to say, but they just like play a spell, pick up their land, attack
It's
if it connects,
it
and then
is
it's
it is it is a lot better in the draws where you draw exactly 1 land. But I also think that Red Wins often loses the games where it draws exactly 1 land for other reasons. Because you can't like the thing about red deck wins is you really want to double spell on turns where your opponent's only casting 1 spell, and with if you only have 1 land, you can't really do that. So
No, you can. You just like play your spell pre-combat, you attack, you bounce it back, and you play your spell post-combat.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
double spell. And
yeah. You're right.
yeah, it's
That's
not
true.
bad, but it's like I agree with you. It's like oh man, double guide piece.
I guess we're just never. I mean, but now this. Oh,
The
well, now the
factory.
fact.
Oh no,
Okay.
the factory and the bastion, or the bastion can't really activate itself, but the factory is there. The factory is definitely ready to the rumble.
I wonder if we do fire up the factory here. Probably have to, because there's a lava dart in the yard, so we are going
That's
to
true.
lose the factory.
Yeah.
But I mean, trading it for a guide beast plus a mountain is probably fine.
It's also worthy to note that the ginger boots are really bad in this matchup because of like the guide beasts. They have haste, so they can just get blocked by it. Basically, half the
True.
deck has haste, so ginger boots are pretty easy like exclude here.
Yeah.
It ooh, big shock here. Galvanic blast. That actually is really great because the guide beasts have trample, so they just take all the damage there.
Yeah. I mean, this race is still kind of close. We've already played our land this turn, so
Yeah, that was a nice. That
I
was
mean,
actually a really nice turn.
if M-Dog has an Arcbound Ravager, I feel like he just wins.
It depends on how aggressive M Dog wants to get in this part. Oh, I love this. They're gonna keep the ginger brute back to block and gain life, but these things have trample, so it's not like a great. It's not an amazing block. They only like net like it saves them about like a life, I think. So
That's interesting.
they'll still take 4, but they gain 3, so they're just down 1 life. Trample's a hell of a drug.
Yeah. All right. So we are
Okay,
doing that.
yeah, they're just gonna gain the life first. Doesn't really matter. I'd love to see like another lava dart. I would actually just sack this mountain to kill these things now. Like a lava dart in their hand. Yeah, I was also having trouble like activating Frostlock Bash. Now I played 2 of them because they're kind of expensive, even though I have like a billion lands. And M Dog is in the same boat. He only has 2 of them, so
Yeah, I didn't play any. I played your favorite card, Seagate Wreckage, which I won't change. Will never change.
did you activate it? How many times today?
I did activate it once in a game I lost.
Thanks, guys. There you go,
It
chat.
is it is a colorless source for spatial contortion. I
That's
mean, so is
true.
Frostmark.
That's also true. Frostlock Fashion's also colorless. No, Contortion's really good. I'm glad you found that too, because I came to the same
Yeah,
conclusion.
yeah.
I was about to play like Swift Response against Elves.
I
Like
don't
it
even
was
know what that is.
it's an instant that destroys a tap creature for 2 mana,
Oh,
but it's
okay.
white. But like Contortion's
Yeah,
just way better, especially in the mirror, because you can
yeah,
Contortion like a next champion.
yeah.
If that
Contortion
what
also kills swans without dealing them damage. The
right?
swans is a
So
4/3.
yeah, so
Although
things
my
like
my contortion got countered. All right. We're gonna go down to 2. We're dead to the lava. I mean, not actually. Like we're almost dead to the lava dart.
I mean they pick up the land here, right? And
Yeah,
have
I
they
think they've
replayed
already.
it? Okay.
I think they've already played a land. Yeah.
These guide beats are so awkward, but they've actually done. Oh, they had land drop. So any spell kills here. Oh my god.
I
But
mean, yeah, it's true.
like, say what you want with these guide beats, but they've kind of like done the job. They've done their job very well.
I guess so. Although I suspect that M Dog has a bunch of colored spells or something. Like his probably has like mass. Like I think part of this is just M Dog being kind of having an awkward draw here. Um,
Yeah. All they have to do is kind of just like hold up a bunch of blockers now. But that doesn't even
yeah.
like help. That doesn't even help. Uh. So if let's say they play the barbering, right? They can attack with
Mhm.
everyone, lose all their stuff, lava dart them, and then activate threshold and kill. Just crazy. So they're actually just really dead. Like even if you like activate this factory, Midnight double blocks one of the guide beasts and whatever, and just like you trade the board, you just still lose to the lava dart.
You are still at you have 4 toughness, so you do like if they lava dart a memnite, you still live at 1, and if they don't lava dart a memnite, you
Well,
still
what
have
I'm trying
to
to say, what I'm trying to say is that they have a barbering in their hand, so they just.
right.
Oh wait, no, they're
Uh,
gonna be 6 threshold. They'll still be at
yeah,
6.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm stupid.
I'm surprised they didn't lava dart a memnite though. It seems kind of free. I guess
Oh, Flamekeld. Oh no, that actually just kills them on their upkeep next turn. Now it puts like 8 cards in their graveyard for threshold. So now they definitely have threshold, and they just
right,
die. They die when they
right.
untap. So all right, Ravager doesn't exile the graveyard. So game one is going to this wonky burn deck. Just no, just do it. Just do it. Just barbering them. Who cares? Just
I
barbering
mean, you
them.
gotta draw. You gotta get your value first. You gotta draw your cards.
Will they see it?
Well, they
Shard
oh,
volley.
they
Why
did short
not?
value.
Why
Why
not?
not?
All right, game one goes to burn. I think that's about how game
Maybe.
one goes. Actually, no,
Wow.
that's not really. They drew a lot of just like X1s that are really bad in this matchup,
Yeah.
and
They
they
needed if they had drawn a Ravager, like if they had been able to get a Ravager down early, this game would have played out very differently because they could have just kept sacking stuff to the Ravager that gets targeted, right? Like the Ravager would grow too big too quickly to get burned out, and then they would just every X1 that they tried to kill would grow the Ravager. Wow. 13K points on burn. Not going to make that much money on my bet. Could have taken 1 to 7 odds on Affinity. I would have done that.
yeah. I mean, I think they just. I think the chat is just like reminiscing how I lost this burn deck, which I thought was close, but um, I think the blue decks even have even worse like defense against this. Like the best bets maybe like Jar plus like Bassus Collar and maybe trying to like resolve a Etch champion. That might be their best bet in sort of like kind of winning this game. And maybe maybe they see Bassus Collar, they'll play their Stigma Lasher in out of the red sideboard. I don't know if that card's ever actually connected with anyone. I really wonder why they're playing Claim the Firstborn. I
They
guess
also
it's
got, I don't know, again, this deck, they've also got Lightning Rift just to, I know why it's there, but it's insanely narrow.
I've
And it's
not
not even,
I haven't seen any cycling. I think like maybe just
yeah,
like
I haven't seen cycling, and even if you draw it against cycling, the game has to play out in a very specific way for it to be good. Now, I'm not saying it's never good, but I think it's probably a little too narrow. I don't know. Those are my thoughts, but it could be wrong. I mean, I don't actually hate it. I think it's like if you expect to see cycling, which you know you might. Obviously, we haven't seen it much this season, but you might want to be prepared for it. Then I could see playing Lightning Rift in your red deck win sideboard, but I still think that it's a matchup that you can win without it, and it's too narrow. And in a lot of the games, it probably doesn't even do the thing. So I don't know.
all right, Gyves gets in for 2, picks up this mountain. But they've played this game before. They're comfortable here.
All right. Well, M Dog does have an island this time, so hopefully that helps him out a bit. I think Ensoul is really big in this matchup. I guess post board smash is a thing, so Ensoul gets a little worse. You do have Welding Jar here though to eat up
Yeah,
one smash at least.
right.
All
Turn
right,
2
Ravager's another
Ravager
big
is
one.
good. Yeah, I think like you said earlier, it's Soul on a Darkstone Citadel is very strong. Like very
Yeah,
strong.
yeah, agreed. So yeah, Ravager's another big one because now any burn spell that they point at one of these dudes is going to put a counter on the Ravager. They can of course try to kill the Ravager, but there's a Welding Jar in play also, so may not work out. I think you probably just have to take 2 here, although you could consider.
I would
Um,
actually block Maybe I don't know. You just trade 2 permanents for their one.
Yeah. Okay, so M-Dog agrees with you. He's gonna go for it. I don't hate this either. I think it's fine. I don't love stacking the welding jar though. I'd rather make a 3/3 and block and then leave up the jar.
Or
Wow.
or just like eat the jar. Eating the jar is the same thing. So
It's not though, because now you lose your Ravager to a burn spell.
that's
Whereas if you
true.
sack the signal past,
Well,
you sack
I mean, if they have a burn spell, then they put the modular counters onto the signal
on
pest,
the signal past.
and then
Yeah,
this
that's
so this is
true.
pretty strong. And in that case, then you would need a Smash Smithereens because like I guess
Right.
like 4 toughness is like the kind of the money number. So
Yeah.
say
So
here's the
that is
chain, yeah,
so that is what's gonna happen. So I would have played this differently, but I'm not convinced my line is correct. M-Dog's line may be correct. Um, but yeah, I would have stacked the signal pest and regen the Ravager here. Probably maybe I'm valuing Ravager too much. It also depends somewhat on what's M-Dog's hand, of course.
right,
I guess the downside of my line is that you only are left with a 3/3 Ravager, which dies to the next Chain Lightning, whereas now we have a 3/4 Signal Pest, which needs specifically. But if we have more artifacts in hand, the 3/3 Ravager is not that big a deal. The reason I like having the Ravager maybe is also because if I've got Edge Champion, I can put counters on it, but I guess we don't have enough artifacts for Edge Champion to even be turned on, so
yeah.
perhaps.
I think a big thing, honestly, is the fact that just like take out trees with 6 cards in their hand. I mean, they've only played like one land this game, but like they could easily just have 2 spells to kill this. So
Yeah,
even if
yeah.
they take the hit now, it's like I think they're just damned if they do, damned if they don't. Like no matter what,
Yeah, I mean,
they're no matter what they're stacking the jar in that spot in any situation. Say there's a smash anyway. So
well, I mean, that's not really like if they'd done it the other way, they would have smashed the Ravager here, and then we'd have the counters on the other signal pest at this point. So we would have a 3/4 in play.
yeah, like it's a big, it's a nice master. It's only a 2/2 though. Didn't find any Darksteel Citadels yet.
Yeah. Playing out Master as a 2/2 is a little sad. It's like when you play a Tarmogoyf as a 1/2 and your opponent can bolt it.
Yeah, that's the worst.
Alright, we suspended a Rift Bolt.
Hmm. Does mono red control here? Just kind of like raising the
I
battlefield
mean, this
with
is
the
this
red
is
spells.
why this is why I think the red deck is favored, right? Like you can just take a controlling route in this game, in this matchup, and just kill all the stuff from Affinity.
Right. Shalai, Shalai, Shalai. Shalai's a good. I mean, maybe the blue decks can like take a note from that. Maybe let play Padim in their sideboards. He gives their creatures hexproof or their artifacts hexproof.
Redeem is an interesting idea. It's a little slow,
Yeah.
but it's kind of interesting.
That's what you have to do in some of these like bad matchups. You have to go up in the curve. Sad. That's why I've like learned. That's why I have Day of
Yeah.
Judgment and like Shalai in my sideboard because it solves a lot of bad problems that you have, like any sort of like shenanigans, literal shenanigans, or like any sort of like go wide creatures are just really hard for you to deal with. But there's probably other blue spells you could play, maybe like Mizium Skin or something like that. It's kind of just like a one of. Though it doesn't stop shenanigans, which I thought was going to be a really popular card today.
Yeah.
I think the other way being shenanigans though is just playing having a bunch of creature lands. That's I think how I
Is
won one matchup.
is Red Deck Wins really going to win the tournament again? Is that really what's going to happen?
I don't know. It depends on the other side of the matchup. I'm not really sure what's going on there. Baker's still in it against Elves, so they're still kind of duking it out.
That's a huge one. I guess we are gonna get Bard bringed once we get up to threshold here, though. But this Edge champion is pretty scary for the red deck, I think. Interestingly, the I don't know if I like the Rift Bolt upstairs. I would have taken out the Signal Pest, but
Did they really go upstairs with that Rift Bolt?
yeah, I wasn't paying attention either. I just assumed it would hit the Signal Pest, but
Well, I guess the thing about Edge
it's,
Champion that's what make it super scary is they have a Barbring in play, so 2 more cards will turn on the Barbring.
yeah, no, yeah, for sure.
All right, Shard
Okay,
Volley
we're
to the
just
dome.
going We're just going upstairs with
They
everything
don't.
now.
They just don't care. They do not care. This is great though. But that's exactly 7 for threshold. So the Etch champion is going to be gone soon. Or they just go upstairs all day.
Yeah, or they just also hit the barbarian ring upstairs.
Triple chain lightning incoming. M Dog, no more cards in hand, so I mean, all these spells will resolve. Yeah, but it's weird. It's a weird situation. Like, at one point, do you go to the creatures? At one point, do you go to like your the face?
I mean, yeah, the Affinity deck having no cards in hand, I would still be inclined to kill the creatures just because their
Yeah,
top decks are like pretty bad. So
the plating is actually makes any
I guess the
creature really
plating
good. So that's why I'm
is
like
true.
erring towards just killing every creature. You
Yeah,
have more burn than they have creatures, more than likely. I guess
yeah.
the problem is if they draw another Etch champion and then they double that up, and then you only have like one Barb ring right now. They let him draw a card. This is actually kind of scary. Right, the card's a factory. That's actually a really good card. A lot of the cards like Rift Bolt, Chainline, they're all sorceries, so just having this like Mishra's Factory is kind of annoying. Oh, they might steal this. This Affinity deck actually might steal this. Unless they kill both creatures here. Like, you kind of have to Barbering. You kind of have to Barbering the Dutch champion. Right? I mean, what cards can be in your hand?
Yeah. I mean, maybe you were even supposed to kill the. Okay, interesting. I guess this is another point of damage. It does expose the factory, which I'm not a huge fan of, but wow. Okay, interesting.
These deck actually does play 2, claim the first war in their sideboard. That's very true. I don't know what it would do in this spot, but okay, they have Dart. They're going Dome. So they could have killed the Pest. Instead, they're just going to the face here.
Just
I think we're just super conservative players. I think. I think we're just too conservative for our own good. Because I would have just killed everything. I literally would have just killed everything. And just dealt with the factory with my top deck. But no. Oh, they're going face. What are they trying to draw here? Because they're dead next turn. What are they? Double
I mean,
chain
maybe
lightning? They have double chain lightning? That's insane. They're insane then. Oh, there's a shard volley. They have double shard volley. Oh my. Oh man.
the
The
prophecy came true.
prophecy. Burning everything into the finals. There we go. Wow. I mean, that is a lot of bolts. 0 permanents in play. Easy. Easy. All right, let's check out the other side. Baker against BR Pestana. Chain lightning on an Elvis champion. This is game 3. Right in the middle of it. A couple of Pyroclasts have been casted. So this is where you want to be against the Elf deck. Just like, they're just no permanents in play. Not a ton of card advantage. You do play Lead the Stampede, and I think Widening Away.
Repealing Elena Elves.
Oh man,
Love
that's
to see
value.
it.
That's value.
Love to see it. Now slam the Swans. Oh yeah.
Swans is great for many, many reasons. One, it just flies, so. But 2, it's also
Yeah.
just your win con here.
Yeah, I just died to a Swans and a Wandering Fumarole in game 3 and are winning in. So
Yeah, I saw that. That was pretty sad. I do remember watching.
Swans is like a pretty resilient win con for your blue-red control deck because it only dies to specific things, right? There's actually very little black-based control in the metagame right now, so that also boosts Swans a lot, right? Like not many people playing Heartless Acts, or I guess Hymn to Turok being out of the format also makes like black removal less playable by extension.
Yeah, That's true. I mean, but black is like a really good sideboard card. I mean, between like Elves, Nature's Ruin. Okay, there's a chain. Here we go. So they're gonna draw their deck here. Probably try to get a bunch of Simian Spirit Guides and Lightning Storms and lands in their hand, and then just kind of make a gigantic Lightning Storm, and that would be the game here.
I guess against red deck. So looking forward to the final, if we may. The red deck in general also doesn't really have an answer to Swans, right? Like, yeah, they can turn their burn spells into ancestral recalls, but that doesn't really, that doesn't really prevent the Swans player from untapping with their Swans and killing them because they don't really have a way to interact with it.
The only card that really red does have that people never play is Dead Gone, and I think that'd be a really
True.
sweet
Yeah.
card to play.
Yeah.
Or
I
they
guess
could
you
play.
can put spatial contortion in your red deck. It would be terrible.
There's not enough colorless plus red sources. Flames out of
Yeah.
Bloodhand. That costs
But
3.
just
Gross. Flames.
Battlefield Forge.
It stops
Play
damage prevention. That's funny.
Battlefield
Oh,
Forge.
Battlefield Forge would be so good.
It's a splash colorless.
I almost played an Affinity decks with like the same Hush Affinity deck, but I was gonna splash red for Whip Flares for the Elves matchup.
Yeah, that is definitely the one card that interests me in red Affinity is Whip Flare.
Yeah.
But I'm also just accepting that if people play Elves, I'm gonna lose. Like, I'm not really trying to solve the matchup.
No, no, solve it.
Like, all right, you registered Elves, I lose.
I can't concede to that. I cannot. Nature's Ruin is legal, yeah, but I that's why I like red white. I mean, I'm trying to build more red white decks because like Battlefield Forge is a really good land. That's where I always like tend to start. And you can still play like Tendo Ice Bridge. They're kind of embarrassing, but they kind of get the job done when you need it. All right.
I guess do we have Needle? I guess we lost Needle Spires. We had it last.
No, I think it is legal still.
Needle Spires still,
but it's like so expensive. It also comes to play tapped, which I would never.
I mean, yeah, it's true. I mean, I have killed people with Needle Spires.
No, I think it's a great card. I think it's just really hard for Affinity to turn it on.
Yeah,
but I did have like 6 lands in play today.
I'm just wondering about red white lands in general, not necessarily for Affinity.
I think like Needle Spires, the Temple's legal, maybe.
Because last season the mana was so good that like I just forget.
That's true. I think we were spoiled, and I think people still didn't do enough with it, but that's just me.
Yeah, I mean, people just wanted to play their red decks, which is gonna happen again this season.
The burn deck, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I do like the
I hope that people net deck take out Tree's red deck because it seems not optimal. It's like the Zergo.
You want to pray? You're just like rubbing your hands. I'm like, I'm ready. I'm ready.
It's like the Zergo deck wins last season. People were playing 4 Zergos even long after the guy who Calibac, the guy who originally top 8'd with the 4 Zergo, he cut it down to like 1 or 2, which makes sense. And then people were still net decking the 4 Zergo version, which is pretty funny.
All right, here comes the Lightning Storm. I lost round 1. I thought I lost to this Lightning Storm, but what happened was that like my opponent drew their deck with the Swans, and they discarded most of their lands. And then I had a land in my hand. I had 2 cards in my hand, so I discarded a land, but they never let the ability resolve to change the target. So in response to me discarding land, they discarded a land and added a counter, and kept the target on me. So then my trigger resolved, and I just put the target. I was gonna put the target on them, and then they just chain conceded. It was actually hilarious. I was like, I don't know what's happening. I was like, oh, I lost. It's like, wait, I won because I was on the play game too, and I was like, or I was on the draw. I was like, why? I didn't take the draw. I never do that. I was like, wait a minute, what happened? And I looked back at the log, and they just completely messed up the combo.
Wow.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
So you had someone mess up the combo, and you had someone concede to you.
Yeah.
So what really was your record? Is what I'm asking.
I won game 2. I definitely won game 2 in very like quick fashion. I played a bunch of 12-12s. My matches I won were really good. Like I beat this Elves deck fair and square. That was great. I bunch of Day of Judgments. I don't know. I beat one Affinity player with like Shalai. I beat a lot of people with Shalai, which was really funny. Just me having Hexproof and my creatures having Hexproof was really strong. But I mean, the finalists, was one of the people I lost to, and now they're there, so I feel justified. All right, here's the lightning storm. They're at 1, but they think it's just attack with the swans, and that's the rest. That's all they wrote. They could also just chain a plasma them, I guess.
Yeah, I mean they have their deck in their hand at this point. It seems
Yeah.
seems rough.
All right, great. All right, so we have our finals. It's gonna be Plasma Swans against Burn.
Yeah,
What?
so Calyak's right. Mecha's a fraud. It's basically what we're saying.
Mm-mm. No way. So last prediction of the day. Go ahead and predict it up. 2 minutes to predict. Go right for it. Who do you got? I don't know. I think the Swans
I don't
deck's really
actually
good here.
know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I actually like the Swans deck just on a pure like control basis.
yeah. I think the Swans. I think it's just too hard for the red deck. Like the red deck has to be so aggressive, and the Swans actually stabilizes pretty well against the red. Like we said before, they can't really take it off the table. So, yeah. I guess we're gonna. I guess I'm gonna put 420 points on Swans. Here we go. Burn is basically guaranteed to win. Am I right? I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
It
Red.
would be the prophecy,
Yeah.
the fire prophecy, as they
Yeah.
say.
Scrappy Pounder and or Arc stuff in the red deck when shrapnel blast deck. I do like Scrappy, but you could splash black. You could splash the black part for free basically with our black red mana this season. Like you could just play black red. Red deck wins with like free black lands, untapped black lands
That's actually a really
basically.
good point. I've done that. I did that in standard. That got me my first
Yeah.
top 8, or I'm sorry, my first day 2 in a GP.
Yeah.
We are going to the finals right now. Actually, we're just
This is
waiting
the
on one
finals.
report. So go ahead and put your predictions. We got about a minute, less than a minute left to predict. Like I said, I'm not really. I think I like the Swan side just based on like the sideboarding. Like you can just play like there's like little small counters like miscast, negate, dispel. Those are all like
Also,
pretty decent.
Pyroclasm is just really good against this particular version of red deck wins. Also,
Yeah, the burn deck would just have to like get super fast, like really quick. Like maybe just ignore the board. I mean, there is no board, but you just kind of just like dome, dome, dome. That's all that's gonna happen here. Maybe like resolve a an early like thermal guide alchemist or whatever, and that'd be
yeah.
pretty great. Yeah, this would be Baker's first attempt at a kickoff win. I think both players actually looking for their first big tournament win. I didn't think it'd be. I didn't think we get all the way up here though. Honestly, I thought there'd be an Infinity list in the finals, but I thought the deck was just too strong. I love, I love take out trees like little like prey gif in tournament room. Which is so funny. I think he knows it's a rough matchup, and it might be a little bit rough for him.
So M Dog saying that he started playing Affinity and PD like 2 seasons ago and like aggressive decks that have resiliency. So I want to say
It
that's actually part of why I think that playing with Archon Ravager specifically, there's a lot of little edges you can get in Affinity by just playing in certain ways. And I think that that's actually part of the reason why I decided to try playing it, just because like before I never played it in season 18, but I think just having access to Archon Ravager, which I think obviously it's just insanely powerful, but it's also the play patterns of Archon Ravager are really fun. You can eke out a lot of value, little edges. So I think that's also kind of really why I wanted to try playing Affinity this tournament.
No, yeah, I mean, there's like a ton of payoff, and it just got better with Ravager. Like it was basically a deck like 2 seasons ago, plus Snowlands, plus like Ravager.
Right, right.
So now like and people's options are pretty wide. But I think, like I said, there is a shell of just like 4 Ravager, 4 plating, for drum, for whatever. For at least 4-0 drops.
All right, so Tom losing the die roll could be pretty big here.
Yeah, this is a big alchemist to start. I think it actually you need to respect this card. It's actually really strong. This turns like, bolts into 4 damage and just shocks into bolts. Oh, the thing is,
Literally no one. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
no, I was gonna say, they need red mana. Red mana is just the key of like playing control here. What are you gonna
Agreed.
say?
Yeah. Oh, I was just gonna say I was so surprised. I was looking through the list. It seems like almost no one, or literally no one, registered ad nauseum at all.
Really? Oh
Yeah.
wow. Yeah, I think
I
there are
mean,
more eggs players than ad nauseum players,
yeah, yeah.
probably. Ad nauseum, I don't know. It's kind of a weird deck to think about. I
Agreed. I
don't.
mean, I don't think it's super good, but I think it's good enough that you can play with it and like win a tournament. Like, I don't think it's like, if people are prepared for it, it's pretty bad. But if I think it has like a spot in the metagame where it could, you could do well with it.
Yeah, we need more people to like just do like little pie charts of like what decks were played in these bigger tournaments. I like everyone likes
Yeah,
charts.
agreed.
All right,
Like
here's the
there's truth.
Swans. This powered out by a spirit guide here. So
All right, so we could turn this Rift Bolt into an Ancestral Recall, but probably it probably makes more sense like to just go upstairs, honestly.
yeah, because at worst,
Just
like the Ice
smart.
Golem just crashes into the Swans because they're not going to
Yeah,
take 2. So you just draw 2 cards there. I think you just go upstairs. Also, I mean, please ping the Alchemist. They actually missed a ping against me, so I hope they don't miss it this time.
all right.
Okay,
So I mean, the game could just be over if Tom gets to untap. Conversely, he may not get to untap, of course.
right.
If they have
Well,
land like, I mean, they don't even need that much, right? Because each, like, they could have like a 2 damage burn spells would be enough.
all right, so they trade the Ice Golem for 2 cards. They're gonna go a burn. Oh. All right, Galvanic Blast. It's basically a bolt now.
Yep.
If they have any like chain lightning, this is over. There's a lava dart in the graveyard.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So
Ooh, yeah, this is game. Here's a shard volley.
it's a clean turn 4.
Yeah, and there's a lava dart. That's it. Burn's gonna take game 1. Oh man, it's happening.
It's
It's
happening.
happening. Oh man, I think that's the game to steal, honestly. Because like I said, I was really like the thing needs to die. The thing doesn't die, it just like amplifies every burn spell.
Yeah.
Oh, oh man, that's crazy. Okay, game 2. Um, I don't think the red deck's even gonna board, honestly. No, really, I don't know what they're gonna bring in. Like Stigma Lasher doesn't do anything. Tomat's Crypt is not really a graveyard deck. Dragon's Claw, maybe. Probably not. I don't know.
Yeah, I doubt you want to Dragon's Claw claim the firstborn. No, it doesn't do
No.
anything.
Yeah. I mean, they could like get to a high enough life total where they don't have enough lands to pitch to
Yeah.
the Lightning Storm. Maybe it doesn't count. It doesn't count copies of spells, so they like Chain Plasma their own spell a bunch. But Baker's gonna look at the board. Probably most of the Pyroclasts, but I'm not sure about all of them. I think you actually want more like. I think you actually want more negates and miscasts against this deck. Um,
Possibly, yeah. Just
this-
healing salves are good.
yeah, I
I
mean
mean,
like
they're even good. Like they're amazing against shard volley, right? Like it forces them to stack the mountain, and you just 2-for-1 then.
right. I think it just play like just a super duper just controlling game, and just like wait for them to run out of cards, and then you can kind of go for your thing. Unless you have nothing better to do and you have to slam your swans like they just did here.
Man, if the only person playing red wins the tournament,
Was it the only red
I don't,
deck? Were they actually
I
the only
don't even
red deck?
know. I don't. I think there were other. There has to be other others, right? I mean, there's
I
a lot of goblin decks.
I played against like a black-red sort of like aggro-ish deck. It was
Yeah,
actually pretty interesting.
I played against mono red, and I won in round like 3 or 4 or something. Yeah, there was one other mono red deck that went 1-3 draw.
Yeah. There's one that went like 2 and 3 as well. It's the same build. So it's the exact same burn build. So that one went 2 and 3. Takeout's obviously in the finals. Goblins doesn't count as a red
No,
deck,
I
I don't
agree.
think.
Goblins is a totally different deck.
They
But
have
I'm just saying.
forest in their deck. How can it be a red deck?
They do. They do have forests. All right. Repeal, fogging the early golem.
Yeah, like time is the key here. They just need to buy up a lot of time. But
Double guide
oh
beast.
gosh, double guide beast.
I mean, this
Double
gets if Thomas land pyroclasm here, kind
it's
of good.
it's pretty brutal for sure. All right,
Yeah, we're
opt.
gonna hold us all in suspense.
Yeah, but this is definitely like I think two like pillars of the I would say pillars. One deck is playing an extra bolt and rift bolt, and the other deck is playing sleight of hand, ponder, and opt. I think it's like two sides of the coin of Penny Dreadful. Like just cheap
Yeah,
efficient spells on both sides. And maybe that's like a big I don't know, a big thing about Penny Dreadful is that efficiency always wins. Usually wins. So I'll say usually.
yeah. All right, so we're suspending a Rift Bolt. I mean, Tom's already down to 12 again. He's going to be down to 9 from this Rift Bolt. I guess he needs to jam his Swans here. He is on the play this time, which is going to be pretty big. Let's see. So yeah, I think it's going to be really hard for them to do the remaining, for Takeout Tree to do the remaining. Like I think it's pretty likely Tom gets an untap here. I think it's almost impossible for him not to.
Yeah, I mean there's no alchemist to kind of like boost the damage, so
Correct.
the guide beast
Yeah.
can't really get in. And they're gonna pick up their land anyway. They'd have to go like I
Yeah,
don't
I don't think
know.
there's enough.
They
Like
actually
double shard volley only deals 6, and then that
right.
puts Tom to 1, right? With the guy beast attack. So
Well,
I think
yeah.
that's the most we can do.
Maybe they
It
can
might not
like if they had instants, maybe they can oh they already played they made their land drop, so they can't really do much now.
right.
Hmm. So yeah, I mean all Baker really needs is a chain of plasma, and I think they'll just be dead. Right, Lava Dart to the dome. Lava Runner comes into play.
It's kind of interesting. I guess you just block. I was gonna
Yeah.
say maybe you don't even block because it puts you to. I don't really know what's better to do, but it's probably pretty marginal either way, I suppose. You kind of just need to have the um, you just need to have the chain of plasma here.
Right.
So he has it.
I think you just block because you know you have it.
Yeah.
All right, and here we go. Here comes the copy. So every copy gets copied because it's their control. They control the permanent. They just get copied. They just endlessly
So
target until they target
worth
someone else.
worth pointing out that Tom, I feel like really only won this game because he was on the play, and game 1 he was on the draw, and he would have, and he lost because he was on the draw if he had the chain of plasma rolled up, which presumably he did. So again, he's going to be on the draw again in game 3, so he's really going to have to break serve here.
No, Dragon's Claw can't see copies because it's only on cast. Copies of the spell aren't really casted. Cast means like cast from your hand for the most part. There's only
Correct.
cards like the Magecraft, like the new cards in like Strixhaven, that care about copies of cards specifically. I wonder if any of them would be good in this deck. Probably not.
I think those are all green and black cards, right? I guess there's some white ones too, but it's pretty hard to. I don't think there's any red or blue ones.
There's a couple. They're just not very good.
Good.
Maybe the best one's like
Forward.
Prismari Apprentice, but it doesn't seem
Yeah.
very good in this list. Or Symmetry Mage. Symmetry Mage.
Archmage Emeritus.
Yeah. I know what that does.
To draw your deck. I didn't put on the PD filter.
Oh.
That's why. Um,
I was like, wait, no.
With Mario Apprentice, I guess your chain doesn't have the.
So they can stop the chain at any time, right? Because they control the plasma, so they can just stop this whenever they want. All they need to do is keep drawing.
Storm Kiln Artist kind of works. It gets you infinite treasures. Which can sometimes be relevant, but probably too complicated. It probably doesn't do enough on its own.
All right, so the goal here is to draw the rest of their Simian Spirit Guides and then cast a Lightning Storm with enough lands. It is to note that Takeout Tree did pick up 2 lands, so you have to like actually take that into account for the Lightning Storm.
That's true, and we don't have any extra red mana other than Spirit Guides.
Right.
So it's not like we can. It's not like we can just burn them out after.
Well, if they have all 4 Spirit Guides, they can have 1 more.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So, they made a land drop. That's an extra. This is interesting.
Actually,
okay.
I think this makes sense. A land drop with like a chain lightning is better than putting a charge counter on your lightning storm.
Are they gonna pass turn? Okay, maybe not.
No, I think they're gonna go for it. It's just
yeah.
They only have, wow. Okay, so Tom's deck only has 20 lands in it, which is kind of interesting.
Okay, here's the lightning storm. So it's 3 plus the counters, right?
Plus 2 times the counters.
Plus 2 times the counters?
Well, it's times the counters, but each land is 2 counters.
Oh, okay.
So you only need, let's see, 13. So you only need 6 counters here, right? So you only need 6 lands.
Yeah, I think the low land count's just due to the fact they're playing Ops, Sleight of Hand, and Ponder.
Agreed.
So they can kind of just get away with it.
But it seems like it's an interesting question how many lands you actually want or need for this reason. But it seems like a lot of the time you get into a spot where you can attack with your Swans anyway. And you also have other burn spells you can cast. So I guess maybe you need 7. Maybe I miscounted. So yeah, I guess you need 7 because it would only be 15 if it was 3 plus 6 counters. So yeah, 7 lands need to be discarded. We have 5 lands in play, so 12 total.
Wow, they didn't even try to redirect.
They may not know how the card works.
They probably just like think that they probably just know that because like they only had like what 7 lands discarded. They have 5 in play, so they have 7 more.
Yeah,
presumably.
Yeah. At least
I don't know. You never know. Maybe sometimes your opponent just messes up and they kill themselves with it.
Right.
You gotta make them do it sometimes.
Agreed.
I did, and look where I ended up. Okay, game 3. Yeah, I think you're right. Play draw. It's gonna make a big difference here. Let's see how aggressive the burn deck here can start. I'm waiting for someone to like win both the 500 and the kickoff. Maybe not in the same turn. The same season would be kind of insane, but just like to win one of each would be pretty cool. I think it'll happen soon.
I keep like I guess last time I didn't do so hot, but I keep missing on breakers. I think this is like the 3rd one I missed on breakers. Maybe only the 2nd one, but I missed the PD 500 top 8 on breakers last season. Not the season before last season. And I missed last season. I didn't do very well in either of them.
Guide Beast, the 2nd drop of this turn.
It's really been such a bad 1-drop in your red deck. I mean, it basically just gave your opponent you time walked yourself. Like you were on the play and you lost the advantage of being on the play by playing Astrolabe, right? In your monocolored deck. Which is like I know we're like, saying we're gonna undo something. Here it goes. We just undid it. We undid the Spirit Guide. We didn't break the game though, luckily.
I think he's thinking about pyroclasming, but they want to opt first at the incept. Or I don't know what we're trying to do there with 2 mana. I
I
think
think they
now,
just misclicked.
yeah. All right,
I assume they just misclicked.
pyroclasm not an instant. It'd be kind of broken if it was an instant. To be fair.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean I know we joke about the lave
Dragon's
and the
Claw. He's doing it. Yes. Yes.
I know we joke about the Astrolabe and the Merfolk deck, but in this deck, I think it's actually really bad because specifically what I talked about earlier is that you notice that the game that Take Out Tree won, game one, he was on the play. The game he lost, he was on the draw, and he probably would have won if he had been on the play. And now he basically gave away the play to play his Astrolabe, and that's why like I can't really get behind playing Astrolabe in this deck because of that reason.
I mean, watch him just like shrapnel blast it for the win. Then what?
That is
Then
probably
what?
going to happen. I'm going to look like a fool.
The Dragon's Claw is really interesting. If they can just chain enough spells to gain a lot of life, that's like a random plan against Lightning Storm. Depending on if Baker just slams the Swans or not.
It's probably not worth a card, but I mean, you have nothing else to bring in, so.
Well, sometimes like not boarding is really good too. I mean, you don't really have to board for a matchup if it's good.
Right.
They have Shrapnel Blast, yeah. They play. There it is. There it is. They sacked the Astrolabe to the Shrapnel Blast gods here.
So I guess the justification would be that you gain enough tempo by dealing 5 damage for 2 mana that skipping your first turn is worth it. But I somehow don't. I don't think I can.
All right, a Swans has not been slammed yet, so I think Baker's still kind of struggling to find the pieces of the puzzle.
So we know that they have Chain Lightning in hand because they had Chain Lightning Memory Lapse on top.
Yep.
So it's a little scary.
Yeah, it's not one of those games where you just like attack a funeral and just hope for the best. You really need to find your combo. The funeral plan's like super slow. Yeah, this is actually gonna be a close one. It's down to the wire.
Oh boy,
Oh,
looks like we have the Swans.
they found the spirit guide to cast a swan, so
Well, I guess we knew we had the Spirit Guy because he accidentally showed it.
yeah, that's
at the end
true.
step before. All right, so we are giving them an Ancestor Recall if they want it because we know they have Chain Lightning. That was probably what he was thinking about.
I don't think it's worth it here. Um, Never mind, I'm wrong.
I mean, it depends what's in their hand. I can kind of get behind this because
well, they're
if
not
they
gonna
have
kill them. This like I guess not.
yeah, yeah. If you don't have like lethal rolled up, then I can kind of get behind taking Ancestor Recall here.
And just hoping they don't have it.
You hear the pain in Balot's voice about these Astrolabes. Yeah, life is suffering. People put Astrolabe in their deck.
Devil's Trickery is not legal at all. Yeah, this is tough. I mean, Baker's just gonna need the Chain of Plasma. They don't. I guess they've like skewed like what was it?
Even
Tutors
even if
for
he
just
doesn't even if he doesn't have it, any burn spell that he has will let him basically draw cards, right? Like if he has Chain Lightning, it'll let him see 3 more cards to find it. So
sure.
uh,
Imagine all these cards going to the face though. I guess they would have drawn them if he didn't have it, but
yeah, that's also true. Yeah, well, it would have put Tom to 5 here if they had Chain Lightning into Galblast, assuming they didn't draw the Galblast off the Chain Lightning, which they probably did, but they might also have not had the land. Who knows?
okay, there's a pause here, which means he doesn't just instantly kill. There's probably a choice to be made. The claw does kind of like mess up some like math. Maybe for
Yeah,
just
it
like
could.
raw attacking. I think Baker's kind of on the back foot. I think there's they're gonna play another Swans. Oh no, it's a double duty here of Swans.
All right, we have double barbering.
All right, up right. Riftwell goes upstairs this time.
Seems right. We got 6 cards in hand. We have threshold. I guess shard volley plus barbering doesn't quite get there, but
All right, Chain Lightning at 4.
we can't double barbering. But now shard volley is lethal.
Yes.
I guess any spell is lethal.
Any burn spell is lethal. Astrolabe is not lethal here unless it's companioned with the shrapnel blast. Or maybe you don't even need it. There it is, shrapnel blast with the claw. Takeout Tree's gonna win. 2-1. The prophecy.
Obviously, shrapnel blast is the correct thing to play. Shrapnel blast with your 4 astrolabes and
Eat your words. Eat your
your
words.
always the winner of these tournaments always has a correct deck list. That's what we've learned after all these years.
Yeah. Congrats to Burn. Congrats to Takeout Tree. Congrats to the Burn deck.
Oh, I didn't bet. I bet against the burn deck like a fool. Like a fool I am.
How dare you? No. Heartbreaker for Baker. Looks like they had the Swans, but didn't have the chain. Yeah, those are interesting choices there. I think like actually drawing cards with the Swans. I think not a lot of people would try that, but I think it probably like drew them into like everything.
That is the risk of Swans, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you didn't have lethal, you just have to just do that. That's crazy. Burns. But yeah, that was fun.
All right, so all the red deck net deckers are going to be playing 4 Astrolabe for Shrapnel Blast.
Mm-hmm.
Starting
Astrolabe is confirmed to be a really broken card. I can't believe it. I can't believe we didn't ban this card. No, I'm just kidding. We don't ban anything, but that was a fun one. That was a fun tournament. I think the top eight's really diverse. Do you want to look at the top 8 real quick, or
yeah? Let's
okay.
let's do some analysis.
Let me do this real quick. I guess the best thing to do is I'll share my. I mean, you can just go through. You have the thing. Hold on.
See oh yeah, I guess I can just look at. I can look.
Yeah, you can go look at the link. So we'll just go straight into the top 8. I'll just push this result. I'm already here.
I'm gonna grab a drink real quick.
Yeah. They pay out. Yeah, but shouts Takeout Tree. I know we're just having fun, just kind of joking about it, but I mean that is the big achievement. They went like X and 1. They lost. Wait, that's the wrong one. They went X and 2. They lost to Merfolk in round 7 and Blue White Control, and they ran away with it. They got the rematch against Blue White, and they actually beat them. So it was about hard work and effort that they made it here. So let me see. Let me just go in order here. Let me pull them. All right. Let me just pull them all up real quick.
All right, so first place. I'm looking at the first place. I'm seeing it.
Okay, here we go.
68 registered players, first of all.
Yeah, 68 players. Not a bad turnout. First place.
I think it was bigger than our last kickoff.
Maybe. I don't know. Let me look. That's a good question. Luckily, PennyDropMatch.com is a really great website, and I can just look this up super quick.
Yeah.
The first kickoff. 75. Yeah. It's not bad. It's a good number. So yeah. Burn. This is not, I wouldn't call this red deck. It's just more of just burn, honestly. I think red deck has more like a balance of creatures and spells, but this is definitely just a super burn deck. Like,
agreed. Yeah.
Like Rift Bolt's a new card, but
I like Flame Repelled. I don't mind Shard Volley. Rift Bolt's great. Blast, I think, is serviceable. I don't even hate it. I think playing your Shrapnel Blasts with your 4 Astrolabe, 4 Ice Golem is nonsense, but, got there. So I guess, so here's probably what happened in that final, is that he had Shrapnel Blast in his hand, and the Swans drew him into the prerequisite sort of artifacts that he needed. I guess he had the artifacts.
No, he
I
had
don't
the
know.
Dragon's Claw. I think he just drew into
Yeah.
the Shrapnel Blast, obviously.
Yeah.
I don't know. The sideboard's interesting too. I actually don't know what claim the first point's for, but I guess you could steal a Ravager and just like sack it. That's really funny. Yeah, I was mentioning too, Baker, how like if you kill the Alchemist is like a big thing. But yeah, play draw is also a big deal too. Um Yeah, I don't like Lightning Rift in the sideboard. I like Harsh Mentor a lot. It's actually really funny against like eggs. I don't know
Yeah.
what other matchup it's good for. I guess it'd be funny against Affinity.
True.
Yeah. Especially like if most people are playing blue, they don't have like a lot of removal, so like the activating things like come into cost. Like you activate creature lands, you activate platings, you activate Ravagers. It's actually really funny. It's actually a really
Also,
funny
I
card.
think that playing 16 lands is terrible.
I don't mind.
It
They're
feels great when you hit your second land drop, but this deck is not a deck that wants to mulligan, and it's a deck that you'll get a lot of one-landers and just be stuck.
well,
You know.
Astrolabe like replaces itself, so it's like a
Oh,
redraw.
so yeah, so that fixes everything. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, their curve ends at 2 because like Riftbolt says it's 3. It's actually a 1-drop. So the only 2 drops are like Blast, Keld, and like Thermo Alchemist. Which I think the card to me that stands out is really Thermo Alchemist. I think like I said, it just like enhances your burn spells pretty well. So I was actually super impressed with this card, especially combined with like Flame Keld. That's just money to me. I don't know if you can play Factory in this list though. Factory would be kind of a hard sell to me. All right, let's go to the second deck. Swans Control, which kind of surprised me. I didn't think many people would play this, but I knew Baker would. But I don't know. I mean, I don't. I think this deck will get more and more popular, and people will
I
see
think
how
it's a
actually
good
good
deck.
it is. Yeah,
It's just like Splinter Twin, basically.
sure,
Uh,
sure.
it's just you can play a control game, but you have an A+B combo that just wins. Yeah, it seems just fine.
Yeah, I wonder
Uh,
if like I've seen some versions play like what is it, Sprite Dragon, and that's kind of a funny like alternate win condition.
yeah,
You just have
that could be
like
all right.
or just like Delvers or something like that. Delver would be okay, but like you'd have to like
I
cut some sort of
suspect
spell.
I suspect that if you want to go into an alternate win con plan, you want it for matchups where that are grindy, and so you probably want to go slightly bigger than that. Um, Maybe something like Sphinx is the final word, or like a control against a control deck, or the meme cards that win control mirrors like Nezahal or something like that.
Yeah, that's
I could see it.
interesting. I mean, like, because if you have like this like singular game plan of just like targeting
Playing your
a swan,
spawns and
like
hoping it. Yeah,
that's easy for like any control deck to just kind of like nail down. It's like the
and
alternate
Counter
win con
Giant
is like fumarole. This is the alternate
and
win
Counter
con.
Giant says a little bit. I think the Counter Giant could be okay. I think it's a little awkward with counter spells. But yeah, I suspect. I mean, Tom did not play against. Let's see what he played against real quick. If you scroll up.
Let's see, Ascendancy, some sort of Tron or trading post deck.
So basically, no, he didn't play against any control decks. There weren't many control decks in the field, but I suspect that a control deck that just deals with your swans. Your deck doesn't have a lot of threats. You have a lot of cantrips, so you can always find swans. But if they just have an answer, basically all they need to win is answer your 4 actual things, which are the swans.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually curious how the deck
I
beats the
mean,
slaughter
Tom is clamoring in the chat that it's not a problem and that he can never lose to control. So maybe I'm just wrong, but I suspect that if an opponent really wants to and knows what they're doing and doesn't get splinter twinned, then you have a really hard time beating a control deck. But maybe not. Maybe you can just memory lapse the Mana Lake, then maybe you just always have to combo with counter backup because you're very good at Magic. Who knows?
Yeah. A card
I
I
mean, yeah,
really
you do just kind of lose to slaughter games, I suppose. But
a card you could beat easily. I think you can actually easily beat slaughter games
yeah,
most of the time. Um, a card I never see people play like Overwhelming Denial. It's basically like a surge counter spell, which like it's super good at protecting your spells. Kind of cards like Dove and Veto's Gone. Like I would love to see like something like that. Like
yeah,
you cast your plasma, they counter it, and then you just like Overwhelming Denial the plasma, and then that's probably just game. But yeah, not a lot of people playing black red, so that could be like changed. Yeah, unsub the slaughter game. That's pretty good too. Failure to comply or something like that would be funny too. Um, yeah, they only lost to Affinity and the Burn deck in the finals, but they kind of like ate up all these like aggro decks, like beat Affinity to, like they still beat another Infinity and
I
like
want to. I want
Elves
to.
and
I'm just looking at Tom's play history, and I want to point out that he claims he has never lost control, but also he's 15-1 with the deck in leagues, so that means he hasn't really lost to anything. So saying you haven't lost to control when you've only lost with the deck once, it doesn't really mean that much. So
wow, the fact
yeah,
checking.
I mean, and in fact, the one loss was to Mindcrank Control. Wow, damn.
The deck doesn't seem to want to lose.
Yeah, so
Uh,
you lose to nothing, is what you're saying. Not that you're not don't lose to control. In fact, your only loss was to control. So I'm right, you're wrong. That's all I'm saying.
you heard it here. All right, next deck, Elves. I was super scared of this deck. I think it's actually really good. Um, there are cards that are questionable. Yeah, Obelisk is like, maybe not great, but it is like
Yeah,
another sort of like lord. It is a
yeah,
lord that like doesn't like die to like
I
things that you would
suppose it
kill lords
makes.
with.
Yeah, whatever. I think it's nonsense, but I mean, I think you can just cut it pretty easily without, I don't know, whatever.
Sure. I would love to see
Um,
Garrick's in this list. I think Garrick would be really good. It's just another alternate win con. But this is what happens when finally, like, I remember in Paint Jungle we were just like starved for like 1 mana elves, and now there's like 12 of them. So it's like this is what happens. This is absolutely what happens when you put this in play.
yeah,
When you
for sure.
I
Yeah,
I
this deck can put a lot of power into play very quickly, which is a recipe for winning games against people who are not prepared, for sure.
yeah, look at this. But I finally beat the matchup. I was so worried about it, and I finally beat it. But they made it to the top four, so good on them. But I think this deck is actually really good against Affinity if they don't like start adapting to it. So I think it's one of the big things, especially Creeping
Agreed.
Corrosion in the
Yeah.
sideboard. It's
So
like
you're naturally set up to be good against Affinity, and then on top of that, you can just play Creeping Corrosion. I mean, I think Fracturing Gust is just better. I think you should play Fracturing Gust instead. It's instant speed. You don't care. Like 5 mana is not any different from 4 mana in this deck against Affinity specifically because they don't interact with your mana creatures. So I think Fracturing Gust is better, but I think Creeping Corrosion is also fine, and
I mean,
I think the Affinity matchup's great.
come on, let's get Day Judgmented out of the Affinity list, and then they stuck with one
Yeah.
land. That happened, man. It actually happened. It was insane. All right, fourth play or also in top four is M Dog with Affinity. Actually went undefeated until the top four. They lost to the eventual winner.
Yeah. So M-Dog's list is quite similar to my list. I don't have main deck Metallic Rebukes. I don't have the Froststock Bastions, but yeah, this is just standard Affinity, I think.
I think I like
But we
having
can
foreign soul. I think there's like I know there's like downsides, just like bounce spells, but I think it's like I think the upside is just super strong. I actually don't
yeah,
agree. I actually don't really like Etch Champion alongside like in Solar Effect. Those are like kind of like two cards that kind of like
yeah, I prefer
clash
to
with
be a
each
little
other.
lower to the ground. I like having the Edge Champions in the sideboard. I think you can play some number main deck. I don't know about the full four main deck though. They are sometimes like a lot of, especially like the more popular Affinity gets. It's like just really bad in the mirror. So
Right.
you know, it's
Like
like
I only see this card as like a cleanup card against like most like colored decks, but not like Affinity. Like it's
yeah,
not if everyone like you said, if everyone's playing Affinity, then everyone has a blocker against it.
yeah,
So
yeah.
it's really just
It's
like
actually,
a
this actually came up in League. I was playing League. I was jamming some League games to practice before the tournament, and my opponent. I played an Affinity Mirror, and my opponent attacked with a. It was post-sport game. They had an Edge Champion still in their deck, and they attacked into my Archon Ravager, and I blocked. and they just conceded. Like,
I've definitely like had people attack their edge champion into my like Mishra's factory too, and it's like
yeah,
it doesn't work out, man. It's not gonna work. I'm sorry.
yeah, yeah. So it's not an actual true name Nemesis Grey Ogre.
Right. I want to see where Battle Scholar comes in. Actually, I want to see that card do well, but I got destroyed by a Surtar because I just kept the one lander. And
Oh yeah,
I got IC'd really hard because they played triple
That-
Memnite, and by turn two they had like triple
I
Memnite.
guess
I'm like,
Surtark is like a removal spell. Like it's pretty good against the Dreadnoughts. I don't know. I'm 2-0 against the white version with my version so far. I
yeah,
find that just being a little, it's just a little bit more linear and a little bit more like so like sometimes you can even just race a Dreadnought with a plating is the thing. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think the Dreadnoughts version is fine too. Just I don't know. I guess
it,
having the Surtark also would make you even more. The reason I bring that up is just because having the Surtark would make you even more like you could just tap down Dreadnoughts. So
yeah, that's really annoying. I was gonna look at their cyber plan. I was probably gonna bring in Shalai against that too, so I could just
yeah,
like have Shalai. But I don't know. Maybe just bring in all the 4 drops. I have no idea. I'll have to think about that. All right, top 8. Heroic is made top 8 as well. Kind of forgot that this deck exists.
yeah, it was really quiet all last season. It was not very well
They're not
positioned.
playing. They're not playing the Lugano Band Trailblazer, and I'm really sad about that.
Yeah, that's got to be a wrong.
They started 4-0. Lost to Swans twice, and then lost to the Blitz deck. Super solid, pretty much it's a solid deck no matter how you build it. But I really like. I don't know how any like burn deck beats the O4 at all. I don't know like any deck really beats an O4. Maybe just dispatch, but otherwise, all the spells are like super efficient. I think maybe they're just playing an Ace of Lights Bound because they have ethereal armor, but there's so many enchantments, it doesn't really matter. That can't really matter at all. Everything costs 1 too, except for the hop the what do you
the,
call it?
the Phalanx leader,
The
yeah.
leaders, yeah. I like the
I don't know.
sideboard.
I mean, this is a good deck. It's a very linear strategy. It has pretty obvious. It's pretty strong, but it has pretty obvious weaknesses. You can't really. Um, there's some things you just. This is the kind of deck you play. You beat all the other aggro decks, and then you lose to some random combo deck. Like that's just how it goes.
Like Swans.
Yeah, yeah.
I do like the Angel's Grace in the sideboard. I think it should play Deafening Silence though. I found Deafening Silence just to be like more overall better in this
Yeah.
slot. Like,
I
cause like
guess
if
like yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, I guess even
cause
against like Ad Nauseam or whatever, you still definitely sounds is still good.
yeah, because ad nauseum they have to play the 2 cards in succession or in
Right.
succession to each other. Bigger the Swans deck could play like end of turn plasma into like upkeep like lightning storm, but like by that time you might be able to have an answer to that.
Yeah.
Because like then if you have like your deafening silence, if you can combo with like Orm's chant or something, maybe you just go like
Right.
that. I don't know. It's really tough. Or a combination of both like Angel's Grace and deafening silence would be really funny if you really wanted to hit on aggro or I'm sorry a combo.
Right. Right.
I had that for a while. Maybe that's probably the key. Probably Orm's Chant's probably not as good. Maybe you cut Orm's Chant for silence. Hmm.
Yeah, Orange Strand. I mean, Orange Strand is also good against some random things, but
Yeah,
I
I guess
just
against like traditional Storm, but that like definitely sounds just as good.
yeah, I mean it's good against like I mean, yeah, I guess Orange Strand you can sometimes blow out Hypergenesis, but I guess Deafening Silence also just blows them out already.
Also, it's an enchantment for Ethereal Armor, so
Right.
yeah. 1 more point for Gryffindor. Okay. Another top 8. Izzet Blitz, played by Flex/Flexo. This deck just keeps popping up, and this is way more like combo heavy.
I
It's
guess
not.
yeah. We said it yesterday, it's Ponder, right?
Yeah,
Ponder Ponder makes this deck really. The
yeah, pretty
expansive
much.
iteration is good too. That's a
This
new
this
edition.
yeah, this card's super impressive. Um, it's kind of like it's kind of a 2 drop, but a 3. But you play on turn 3, so you never really want to play it on turn 2. I feel
Right.
like so it's basically divination, but like kind of better. I don't know,
Right.
but I don't know about peak. I think I'd rather have sleight of hand. I think because eventually you're just trying to find a battle, but peak is like okay. You can see if the coast is clear, but I don't know if it's at the what do you call it? At the risk of not playing like sleight of hand. Maybe it's good. I don't know.
I guess their only interactive spells here are the Stubborn Denials and the Apostle's Blessings. I feel like they
Yeah.
could get punished pretty easily by combo decks, but maybe you just are fast enough that you don't care.
I mean, wouldn't you say like peak is an interactive spell because you interact with their opponent's hand?
Yeah, true. Good point. Good point.
I don't like the fjords here. They should just be the man lands. If you're gonna play a tap land, you might as well have it do something eventually.
Agreed. Yeah.
Like, and I don't understand why Falling Wild.
So
Like,
marginal, I suppose, because you hardly ever fire up a Fumarole in this deck, but with your 18 lands, but they should still be Fumarole.
but yeah, this deck doesn't like care about elves. I don't know. They lost it. I think they lost the elf deck, didn't they? I don't remember. Yeah, so it's like the sideboard's like
There's a
super
lot
like
of, I guess I think the field, like if we consolidate tribal decks are very popular this season, right? Like we have goblins, elves, and merfolk all sort of putting up results and all being popular.
maybe the reasoning behind this is that Pyroclasm is only good when like early on. You have to like slam them with Pyroclasm, but they have to like do a double drop. It's
Yeah,
like
Pyroclasm is not super good against elves, although it is better than nothing.
right. Because like all they have is for like interaction, like you said, it's just like
Yeah.
chain lightnings and like a couple of like soft counters, but you really need a lot to beat like those tribal decks because they kind of just like get out of hand.
Well, you have four of them, though, I think, if I remember correctly. So that's a little different.
Yeah.
Like if you don't have multiple, they can beat it. And if you don't, you also have a comp. I mean, they also have a combo finish, but I don't know. It seems to me like if you have it at a specific point, um, well, you just did lose to aggro, so
Yeah. All right. Speaking of tribal decks, here's Merfolk snagging a top 8 spot. The sizing is weird. But
Burn is not aggro. All right, I'll keep that in mind.
yeah, this deck pops in and out. It's really just based on Master of the Pearl Trident. I think otherwise, I think a lot of people have like talked about Astrolabe in these decks again. It's okay, not amazing. Like I see it. You know, it's like you make your factories add blue, and you're trying to cast these double blue spells. That's like okay.
I guess so. The reason it's defensible to me is that you just don't have any one drops. So yeah, whatever, it's fine. Um, I would still prefer to play Curse Catcher personally, but I don't want to harp on it because
Um,
people are getting defensive about it. So
I like Tidal Warrior actually. Tidal Warrior plus Master would be really funny. I think Tidal Warrior is actually fixed. It doesn't like just restart the game randomly. So Tidal Warrior could be interesting with Master. Um, it's funny to see this deck play 4 rebuilds and still lose to artifacts in the top 8. But
yeah, that's a bit rough.
you like you said, when you have these kinds of spells, you really need like some sort of like interact. Like you need something to be on the board on your side so you can continue your tempo. Which is why things like Ashlep don't do much because they don't
Right,
attack. So that's
right.
like
I don't know about four Bind the Monster main deck. I guess the metagame's in a place where it's defensible, but it also seems to me like that's a card where, like, I don't know, like playing four of them is a lot. It's also like hard to cast sometimes more than like a couple in a game. Like if you draw three, like the third one's just kind of dead for multiple reasons.
I kind of like Bubble Snare. I think like Bubble Snare would be kind of interesting to play. Like they
Yeah, maybe
attack
you
with their
want to
thing,
split.
you play Bubble Snare.
Yeah, maybe you want to split of bind and bubble snare so that when you draw multiple bind, like drawing too many binds will actually tax your life total. But if you draw like one bind, one bubble snare, it's like fine.
Yeah, it feels like this deck. I mean, my buddy plays Merfolk in like modern like all the time, and it feels like all the games he wins are usually based around just like having a board, like using your life total as a kind of a resource and just like making this gigantic board eventually. So like just having extra time to like build up a board when you need to like play a bunch of lords is like really good. So I don't know. Bind is an interesting one. What did they lose to? They lost to Elves, and they lost to the Blitz deck, and they lost to or the Affinity list. That's interesting. Okay. Last deck, and I think this is actually the most surprising because I didn't really think this was a deck. Was Blue White Control, Blue White Approach to
Yeah,
be specific.
yeah, that's exciting.
Oh my goodness, this is the deck. Oh, this is just They're just trying to cast approach and get it
I
back.
think they had Dream Trawlers in the sideboard.
Okay. Yeah, there's a couple in the sideboard, and then that's all. Wow, they went like okay. They started 5-1. They lost their last round, but they made it to top 8 on breakers. Interesting. They beat a bunch of like they lost to my aggro my affinity list, but they beat every other random. They played a lot of aggro. Holy moly! I don't know. I like casting approach. I think it's like a really solid win condition. It's really hard to like deal with unless you counter it.
Test of talents on approach. That's pretty funny.
That would be
I mean,
hilarious. Yeah.
yeah, I guess they can't really win if you do that, huh? You don't have any win cons.
They can't. You're actually right. It's oh, let's say getting into intervention to test the talents, and then
I mean, 3 Essence Scatter in the main is not that different from playing. Well, they're playing Opt and no Ponder. That's also
oh
quite a
my
statement.
goodness. Oh no.
Opt
Op
gamer.
gamer. I like intervention though. I guess intervention does like stop like the cards that would stop approach. Like I said, test of talents or like
Yeah.
negates or whatever.
Isn't that card still bugged where you can't have 2 in play? There was a bug
I
like
don't remember the bug.
yeah.
Yeah, this deck was like super built towards beating aggro, and that's mostly what they played against was like look at these like Essence Scatters main deck, like these Day of Judgments and like these Fumigates. It's crazy. Like no one's playing control right now, so I think if you optimize this list a bit, it could be like really good.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, I think Azorius control is probably always kind of good. Like, it's always kind of playable, but it's just like I don't have the patience to, so I don't personally. And
I think it
yeah,
could have been really good last season, especially with like Jace Memory Adept as like being another real win con. But you
yeah,
know what?
possibly. Yeah,
The format was
like
I think the format was like really
we had,
fast last season.
we had counterspell too.
Yeah, like literal counterspell, and just like no one could
Yeah,
do it.
yeah.
It's weird though. I think like this season doesn't. There's a lot of like good aggro decks, but it's not as like obviously it's not as fast as last season because there's turn
I
one kills,
played
there's turn two kills, but it's like
Ludwig. I played against Enduring Ideal twice actually in the Swiss.
is that a control deck? It's not really a control deck though, is
No,
it?
but he was saying he saw no Enduring Ideal.
Oh yeah, there was a couple. Um, but yeah, I'm actually like happy to see control being played because I mean it's just the format's pretty fresh and the
But you're
format.
right. There was no one suited up the Blink deck, or maybe I think some people played Blink, but they didn't do very well.
Yeah, like I got a nice concession, but that was pretty much it. Like I'm gonna look at their list real quick. Like their
Oh,
list is not even Blink anymore. It's just like wow, they're playing 4 Day of Judgment. They did not want to lose. Oh my goodness. So they're trying to like assemble like Dead End Navigator plus stuff. Oh my goodness. No wonder I lost. Can't believe they had to leave. Oh yeah, I deserve to lose this one.
oh wow, Trevor. I'm just looking through the list. Trevor played Tom Stick exactly, but they crashed a bit after round 2.
Yeah, they missed round 3. They got
Oh, they
a
missed-
game. They got a match loss because they didn't show up, and
Got
then they
it.
just kind
Okay.
of like got unlucky, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know any other notable decks. I don't really just
Um.
wonder what broke. I want to look at the standings. Let me see.
So
Some
we
bubble
had one
decks.
person at least show up with cycling, but they O2 dropped, so that's interesting. Not to call anyone out, but you know that's just it's kind of interesting. A lot of goblins, but none of them did particularly well, probably because they were all playing forests.
Yeah, a lot of Affinity, some Elves in the top 16. Blue red like Delver variants. Um, the closest like Mindcrank was like 17th, I guess. Dread. But yeah, it seems like a very like I don't know. It seems pretty fun. Season so far is pretty fun.
Yeah,
Um, I don't know. There's nothing really like. There's a Sultai deck. They only went like they went 0-2 though. Yeah. Okay, never mind. We're not gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about those 0-2s. All right. So yeah, I think we're gonna end it here though. That was fun though. That was a fun tournament.
yeah, for sure.
Shout out to us
Yeah, fun
missing.
kickoff.
Shout out
Yeah,
to us
shout out
missing on
to
breakers. Shout
missing by Breakers gang,
yeah.
missing on Breakers gang.
Once again, shout out to
Out.
Burn. Shout out to Takeout Tree for winning with the Burn deck. That's
Congrats. Yeah,
pretty fun.
congrats.
But yeah, thanks guys for watching. I'm gonna end it right now. I'm gonna end the call. So I'll see you later, Crazy Bell. Are you playing tomorrow? Yes.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, stream tomorrow. I'm not gonna play, but you should probably stream.
Okay. Okay.
But yeah, catch out Crazy Bella stream. Twitch.tv/NickelB. I'll just link it right now. .tv/ All right, yeah, go give him a follow. If you're not following already, go ahead. But yeah, thanks for calling. I'll catch you later.
Peace out, yo.
And yeah, and that's gonna end the stream for today, guys. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. Fun tournament. Almost got there, but you know, someone's got to win, someone's got to lose. Today I had to lose, but yeah. Thanks guys for watching. Appreciate it.